Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia, Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, are entering. Honorable Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea, Moon Sung-hyuk, and Honorable Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of Indonesia, Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, are entering. Please welcome them with a big applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please take a seat. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jo Il-hyung, the co-director of the Korea-Indonesia Offshore Research Cooperation Center, and also today's MC for this event today. It is an honor for me to lead this event today as the MC, which marks the beginning of the cooperation in the offshore plant service industry between Korea and Indonesia. Now we will start the official event of Korea-Indonesia Offshore Plant Service Industry MOU signing ceremony and Korea-Indonesia Offshore Congress 2021. Now, as the first order of the official event, we will have a welcoming speech by Minister Luhut Binsar Panjaitan of Indonesia.
Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, of the Ataka UA and Ataka Eco Bravo and Ataka 1 platforms in the East Kalimantan. This Memorandum of Understanding on Maritime Cooperation in the offshore installation services industry will be the basis for cooperation between Indonesia and South Korea for the dismantling of the abandoned platforms. I understand that this MOU covers 4 areas of cooperation, namely joint development of the technology related to the offshore installation service industry, encouraging communication and cooperation in the private sectors, capacity building and human resources development. We can do a lot. So not only talking about this the commissioning, but also the seaweed, aquaculture, and also about the mangrove restoration. And there's other things that we can do together in the near future. So I understand also your visit tomorrow to Cirebon and also to Citarum River. Going to be also give some more information to you what we are doing today. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your applause. The following is a congratulatory speech from the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, Moon Sung-hyuk of the Republic of Korea. Please welcome him with a big applause.
Selamat siang. His Excellency, Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. My name is Sung-hyuk Moon, the Minister of Oceans Fisheries of the Republic of Korea. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you. Today carries a great significance commemorating such a meaningful occasion when the Republic of Korea and Indonesia initiate new partnership in the offshore plant with a firmly established trust in bilateral exchange and cooperation. I'd like to extend my special gratitude for the Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investments of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, and other officials for your excellent hospitality, which I find extremely heartening. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has a long history as a maritime powerhouse since the 9th century, attracting merchants from all over the world. Today, Korea and Indonesia have pursued shared prosperity as a key partner for each other. The volume of trade between the two countries reaches $10 billion annually, and South Korea signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, which is in brief SEPA, with Indonesia late last year. The Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries of Korea and the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investments of Indonesia have been closely cooperating with each other. The MOU for maritime cooperation was signed in 2016, and the Korea-Indonesia Offshore Plant Cooperation Center was opened in Jakarta 2 years back in 2019. More than 200 companies find business partners through this center every year. These efforts have reached fruitful results, and based upon them, today's MOU have been signed. His Excellency Mr. Luhut and other relevant officials. Recently, the world has been heavily investing efforts into ushering in a carbon neutral society. This trend is a big challenge for Korea and Indonesia, as we have a similar structure of the offshore plant industry that runs on oil and gas. In the future, the oil and gas offshore plant in operation has a big task of a transition to eco-friendly management while maintaining profitability. In addition, new business areas such as LNG, offshore power plants should be explored in response to energy conversion such as LNG and hydrogen. I believe that these challenges can also be addressed if the two countries cooperate together as true friends. Korea has world-class technology and experience as the world's #1 shipbuilding and offshore plant construction powerhouse. Indonesia is also the powerhouse that has abundant resources and operates the largest number of offshore plants in Southeast Asia, with great assets and knowledge in operating offshore plants. We have a great potential to be the best partners for each other. The MOU that Minister Luhut and I are signing today will open the door to the realization of the potential. First of all, the Korean and Indonesian governments are promoting a pilot project. Mr. Dennis S.K. Jang, the CEO of JSK, Samin MTS, and Elusa are expecting $130 million in sales in the future, in cooperation with the development of underwater cutting systems for marine platforms. Gasentech, GSI, and JSK plans to cooperate in large-scale LNG offshore supply infrastructure projects. We sincerely wish for the successful cooperation and the development of the companies in both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I heard that there is an Indonesian proverb that says, if you allow me, Prasamma dipikul, ringan samma dijinjing. I hope that I pronounced it correctly in Indonesian, which is translated into English as Heavyweight is to be shouldered together. Lightweight is to be hand-carried together. In the future, the Korean government will continue to cooperate with the Indonesian Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment to support the companies of the two countries to grow and thrive together in the marine plant sector. Thank you very much indeed for your kind attention. Terima kasih. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Minister Moon. Next, Korea and Indonesia will sign the MOU, promising to promote the pilot project for decommissioning of the platforms in Indonesia, and also the cooperation in the KOREA-Indonesia offshore plant service industry. First, we will proceed with the signing of an MOU between the governments, followed by the signing of an MOU between the companies. Now we're going to proceed with the signing of an MOU between the governments. Honorable Minister of Oceans and Fisheries of the Republic of Korea, Moon Sung-hyuk, and Honorable Coordinating Minister for Maritime Affairs and Investment of Republic of Indonesia, Luhut Binsar Panjaitan, we'd be grateful if you would come up on the stage. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a big round of applause. Honorable Ministers, please sign the MOU. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a round of big applause. Now we're going to have a commemorative photos with the MOU. I would like to ask you a big round of applause. Thank you very much. We'd be grateful if the ministers could wait on the stage for a while. Next, the companies between the two countries will sign the MOUs. It would be grateful if the representatives of the companies that are called upon to step onto the stage. Mr. Kwak Jung-ho, CEO of Gasentech from Korea. Mr. Ali Mundakir, President Director of PT Alusa from Indonesia. Mr. Kemal Imam Santosu, CEO of PT GTSI from Indonesia. Mr. Jang Sang-gyu, CEO of JSK Shipping from Indonesia. Mr. Ong Sung-hoon, President of Samin MTS from Korea. I'd like to ask you a big round of applause. We'd like to inform you that Sangsangin Ship Machinery, which is signed an MOU with JSK Shipping today, has delivered the pre-signed MOU since they are unable to attend the event in person due to unavoidable circumstances. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving them a round of big applause. Soon, a brief commemorative photo shoot will take place with the ministers of both countries and corporate representatives. We'll be grateful if the ministers of both countries would move to the center of the stage in front of the table. Thank you very much for your active support. There'll be another signing on the bilateral MOM signing. Once again, and with this, let me close the official event. Thank you very much.
and I'll be your host for the duration of today's afternoon session. I feel quite honored to introduce today's speakers. Over the next few hours, we will listen to lectures covering a range of topics and themes including LNG regasification infrastructure in Session 1, offshore decommissioning and reutilization in Session 2, and LNG logistics and carriers in Session 3. Our first speaker will be Professor Insinyur Tutuka Aryaji, MSc PhD IPU from Indonesia, working for ESDM as Director General of Oil and Gas. He will be discussing about maintain energy resilience and accelerate diversification by implementing LNG to power. The time and place is all yours, sir.
Correct. So, honorable speakers, moderator, distinguished, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share my presentation about the energy resilience and LNG to power diversification. Let me start my presentation with grand strategy energy prepared by National Energy Council. The objective of the Grand Strategy Energy is to achieve national energy resilience and independence. Based on the Grand Strategy on strategic solution offered is to develop gas infrastructure, including city gas network development, gas transmission, and LNG receiving terminal. According to the graph that it can be seen that Indonesia became a net importer of oil in 2005 due to the increasing domestic demand for oil and decline in domestic production. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay, let me continue. As can be seen from this slide, Indonesia will become a gas dominant era after having net oil importer in 2005 due to the increasing domestic demand for oil and declining in domestic production. Unlike oil, since its first production in 1965, natural gas for domestic use in Indonesia has been increasing. Previously, gas is used more for export purposes. Currently, more than 60% of Indonesia gas production is used to meet domestic demand. In the National Energy General Plan, natural gas is targeted to reach 24% share in the 2050 national energy mix. Indonesia gas reserve is, among others, one of the factors in determining the targets. In order to meet the domestic needs for oil and gas, some of strategic solution that offered is to increase crude oil production by 1 million barrels per day and 12 billion scf per day of gas in year 2030. This slide shows the key strategies to increase oil and gas production. The strategy consists of 4 important pillars. First is to maintain the production, current production, by optimizing the field optimization. And the second is to transform from the resources to production. And the third is the enhanced oil recovery. And then number 4 is exploration. And the 2 others is supporting for the 4 pillars. Government of Indonesia do understand the situation, and for that we offer some incentives such as tax facilities and others. As you may know that right now government of Indonesia is offering flexibilities of production sharing contract scheme. That is the cost recovery PSC and cross split PSC and others scheme. To accelerate the enhanced oil recovery development, we cooperate with SKK Migas and oil companies to work with this in implementing the EOR study and field trials. And as well as we promoting this carbon capture, utilization and storage in accordance to the EOR implementation. Then we are concerned also with the unconventional hydrocarbon development. We believe that Indonesia has some potential in these resources, so we trying to promote these resources to companies. Next. This Indonesia gas reserves map shows us that we still have a better potential reserve to be produced in the future, especially in the especially in the eastern part of Indonesia, like in Papua, Maluku, and Sulawesi. Next. Indonesia, government of Indonesia right now has a target of achieving 12 billion scf per day of gas in year 2030, and this graph shows the gas balance and the production target. So we project that in year 2026 and after that we have some potential of gas to be exported, in addition to fulfill the domestic needs. Next, this slide shows the current year natural gas utilization. So what we see here is that the biggest consumer in the industry is industry. That is 28.22%, followed by electricity, fertilizer. Meanwhile, about 20% is exported in the form of LNG, and 13.15% is exported through pipeline. What we see here, the total gas consumption in June 2021 is about 5.7 BBUDD. Next. We are planning to fulfill the electricity needs in the eastern part of Indonesia by converting the gas oil, the diesel to gas power plant, such as we can see from these slides. Yeah, some facilities, and we are also planning to build infrastructures for pipeline gas from Cirebon to Semarang, for instance, and others segment in Sumatra. Besides developing LNG, virtual LNG small scale and virtual pipeline is also important to secure energy supply in particular areas with geographical constraints, such as scattered small islands, as we can see from this figure. Next. In an effort to accelerate the use of natural gas in the electricity sector by reducing the use of high-speed diesel fuel, the government of Indonesia has issued the decision of Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources number 13 of 2020 on assignment for implementation of supply provision and LNG infrastructure development, as well as the conversion on the use of fuel oil to LNG and electricity provision. In summary, based on the regulation, PT Pertamina is assigned to implement the provision of supply and development of LNG infrastructure, and PT PLN, State Electricity Company, is assigned to carry out gasification activities of power plants and purchase of LNG from PT Pertamina. Based on the ministerial decision, the total planned location for LNG infrastructure development is in 52 locations with a total generating capacity of about 1.7 gigawatt and indicative gas volume of about 167 BPTUD. The plan will be adjusted for the LUPTL year 2021 and 2030. This is the procurement plan, general procurement plan. Next. And I will show in a bit about the MEMR decision of number 13K year 2030. So basically is supporting this policy. Next. And this is the location, 32 location plus 20 location. So that's the total is 1.1 1,164 megawatt for the phase 1, and then continuing to other phase. Next. And this is the location of the 32 power plants of the phase 1, based on the MEMR decision. And Sulawesi and Papua, and also some small islands farther east of Java. Next. Currently, we are trying to come up with a good plan for that. So studying has been conducted with some consultants to do that. So basically, it's an optimization model, and hopefully we can finish up this work, and we can implement. Next. Thank you very much for attention, and hopefully we can. This information is fruitful for you, all the audience, and we are open to cooperate to implement this program, and we can work together for the best of our country and also the partners. Thank you very much. Having good health, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wow, that was fascinating. Let's give him a big hand once again. Thank you for your speech, sir. And we remind you, after each session, there will be a Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. Also, we apologize. Internet connection problem due to local broadcasting system. Once again, we apologize and ask for your understanding. And next speaker will be Mrs. Asti Nuraini Asra from Indonesia, working for Wood Mackenzie as principal analyst. She will be discussing about the trend of fuel conversion in developing countries compared to Indonesia. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Selamat siang. My name is Asti Azra, and I'm the principal analyst in Woodmac's APAC Gas and LNG Research based here in Singapore. And in this opportunity, I'll be talking about the path of fuel conversion across Southeast Asia market. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to start the scene of where we are now today around this new emphasis around the energy transition path. And as you can see across the markets in Southeast Asia, all the Southeast Asian countries are signatories to the COP21 and have submitted their NDCs, including some aggressive renewable mix in the power generation, some targets on lower emission targets and net zero ambitions as well, that has been announced quite a lot in the recent news. So we've heard about Thailand aiming for net zero by around 2065, and Indonesia as well with the power mix looking to be net zero by 2050, and even players such as Petronas have announced quite ambitious net zero targets across their full value chain operations. And so that's kind of where we are now in the world, and trying to see where then is the role of gas along this energy transition, and how countries across Southeast Asia are looking to convert their fuel mix towards more renewables, but also more gas to support their journey here. Next slide, please. And so let's start first with how we see the gas demand shaping up over the next 30 years. And in our base case, in Asia, in Southeast Asia, we don't yet see peak gas demand in the region all the way up to 2050. And in fact, by 2050, we expect gas demand will be close to double today's size. The growth will be especially strong in the over the next 15 years at an average of 2.6% CAGR, led by the growth markets of Indonesia and Vietnam. That growth rate will slow down slightly in 2035 onwards, but it will remain a positive story all the way up to 2050.
Halo, selamat siang. Bapak Daryanto sudah online belum ya?
Demand will slightly contract in Thailand and Singapore with the push of renewables in the power sector, but there will be lower demand into the Thailand's gas separation facilities as the domestic production declines. The other four countries, Indonesia, Vietnam, Philippines, and Malaysia, will still see positive growth throughout the forecast. And so the power sector here is the key driver of the gas demand growth and taking a larger and larger share of the overall gas demand. Of course, the industrial sector will also continue to grow, but it will be at a more subdued rate. And while we do expect renewables, as I mentioned, will take a growing share of the power fuel mix as cost comes down and it becomes more competitive against both coal and gas. However, this Southeast Asia is slightly different in a unique position because its power demand is still growing so strongly and they're still facing scalability challenge in the renewables. It means that gas will still be required to meet that strong power demand. And it will maintain its share of fuel mix of around 30% over the next 2 decades, or doubling in absolute terms. Next slide, please. And so while demand remains a positive story, the supply story is less so. The region is relying on more mature fields that are expected to enter decline in the near term. Recent discoveries are not sufficient to backfill the legacy fields. And some of those newer fields, new discoveries, also face commercial and technical challenges. The CVX and Kembao fields in central Vietnam, for example, are located away from the key demand area in South Vietnam. Other fields face high CO2 contents. What all this means then, the region will rely more and more on LNG, supported by both the growing gas demand and a decline in the pipeline supply. Singapore and Philippines will be 100% reliant on LNG by 2035, with LNG dependency in the other countries growing to over 70% over the same period. And by the 2030s, we expect total regional LNG demand is expected to be comparable to China today. We see the mature markets of Malaysia and Thailand are currently the biggest LNG markets, given they have the existing large gas markets. But Indonesia and Vietnam, however, will show strong growth and take a growing share of the region's LNG demand. Of course, for Indonesia and Malaysia, their LNG demand can be met through domestic LNG production. And so there's the optionality there from the government and the NOCs to look across their portfolio and maximize between their domestic LNG production versus purchasing LNG from the global market. One thing to highlight though here is that we have included in our balance here some yet to find volumes. So these are volumes that are not yet discovered, but we estimate that there are still reserves remaining in some of these basins, but it will require time and commitment from companies and governments to go out there, explore, find it, and develop it. The key yet to find here is in the overlapping claims area between Thailand and Cambodia. I think in our estimate there, it's the volume going to Thailand from those yet to find could go up to 1 BCFD or almost 10 MMTPA. So if these yet to find volumes do not materialize, then that means there's further upside to the LNG demand that you see here. Next slide, please. And so why do you think it's still a rosy story for gas during all this energy transition and the focus on renewable build? For what you can see here from a combustion emission point of view, gas remains the cleanest option against coal and oil. And here in the chart, we've represented the relative emission of oil and gas, represented by dark and light blue bar against that of coal in the gray bar. And as you can see, gas emits 50% lower CO2 compared to coal. It also emits much lower NOx, SOx, and other contaminants compared against both coal and oil. Next slide, please. And so you see demand for all hydrocarbons, whether oil, coal, and gas, will remain robust over the next 15 years. And as you can see in the middle chart, today, oil is the main hydrocarbon fuel in the region, dominated by its role in the transport sector, followed by coal and gas. In 2020, though, if you look at the emission by fuel, gas demand is around 30% lower than coal on a kiloton of oil equivalent basis. On a CO2 emission basis, gas emission is almost 70% lower than coal. And so while gas demand grows along, and of course, along with it, the emission from gas, even by 2050, its total emission is still lower than that from coal today. And so you can see there's a significant scope of coal to gas switching to support this journey towards energy transition, and gas's role here as the cleanest amongst all the three hydrocarbon fuels has the opportunity to replace both coal and oil across all the demand sectors. Next slide, please. But of course, there are other cleaner options available. And we, as you see here, we'll go through some of the key other potential energy sources. And we start from coal on the top left hand and move clockwise towards gas and the other energy sources. Of course, the region is very familiar with hydropower. It exists today in large forms and provides some of the cheapest source of base power. But however, expanding that or finding new locations are facing challenges, and it also faces growing environmental and social political risks. Wind and solar will play a huge role, a huge growth role over the next few years. You will see some stellar growth numbers in our power numbers, but you do have to remember that it is starting from a small base, and it will need time to reach the required scale to meet the region's power demand. Nuclear, of course, can provide large-scale, stable, and reliable supply, and we have seen nuclear playing key roles in some of the more mature markets, such as Japan and Korea. But it does carry with it high-risk safety issue and waste management. And in the case of Indonesia, its location in earthquake-prone and volcanic-prone regions add an additional layer of safety risks. And of course, we've got hydrogen that has been touted as kind of the new solution and the new energy in there. But again, it will require time for any large-scale adoption. There's technological barrier to overcome. The whole supply chain needs to be developed. And so we think that's why we think in the near term, gas provides this overlap between relatively lower emission while still providing reliable and scalable energy. And over the long term, it will complement renewables and support the system's reserve margin. Next slide, please. But of course, gas players cannot rest on its laurels either. There's increasing scrutiny of emissions across the value chain. Upstream players are looking increasingly to decarbonize their operations through CCS, Indonesia's KBD field, Malaysia's offshore development, and of course, the Tangguh operations in Indonesia is a few examples of some of those upstream operators looking to CCS to manage their carbon emission from the upstream side of the value chain. We also saw this earlier this year, Southeast Asia's first green or carbon offset LNG purchased by Pavilion and in Singapore. And in fact, Pavilion has signed 3 long-term LNG agreements that require quantification of its GHG emission. We've heard about new technologies as well as blue hydrogen and blue ammonia are being explored here, notably with the fertilizer companies that have existing facilities to go beyond go towards the blue ammonia opportunity. And it's worth noting here that from the logos that you see here, that we see both private sector and state-owned entities are active participants in this journey to make gas greener, whether by themselves or through joint partnerships. Next slide, please. And so we come here to kind of the classic comparison table of the regulatory framework of gas markets in the region. This is obviously the regulatory framework is key to support this role of gas and the ability to switch to gas, whether it be from coal to gas or diesel to gas, as mentioned previously. It's obviously not a surprise that the different markets in the regions have different strategies to manage their domestic gas markets, and these are driven by their own socioeconomic context, availability of upstream sector, and the legacy structure. So the big growth markets of Indonesia and Vietnam tend to be on the more highly regulated side, as they try to balance the need for affordable energy for its growing economy through subsidies, both whether it be on the downstream side or on the upstream side, and try to manage its exposure to global LNG prices by putting a lot more focus on its domestic opportunities. And so partnerships with local players and NOCs still remain a big factor to help companies navigate the evolving regulation and work through the different government institutions across these two markets. The other mature markets of Thailand and Malaysia are slowly transitioning away from being regulated towards a more liberalized phase by allowing third-party access to its regas and pipeline infrastructure, and slowly breaking up the monopolies previously held by its NOCs of PTT and Petronas. Price regulations have also slowly been removed in Malaysia, with the aims that the market will be more closely aligned with global LNG prices. Singapore and Philippines are at the other end of the spectrum. They are relatively a lot more liberalized compared to neighboring countries across both its gas and power sector, which means that suppliers across the commodities, across coal, oil, and gas, can compete on a cost competitiveness basis. Next slide, please. And so just as there are variations in the regulatory framework, it also means the opportunity space is equally diverse. We went through earlier on the region's growing gas demand, which could translate both to opportunities for upstream players for more discoveries, or for LNG suppliers looking to bring resources from elsewhere. But the key here, it's not only a supply story here. We're not only looking for the conventional model of an LNG supplier. These are emerging markets charting out paths to build out their downstream gas and LNG market. Infrastructure players will remain key to unlock that LNG demand. We already see that today with over 40 MMTPA of LNG to power projects currently being proposed across the region. While not all 40 MMTPA will be required, at least not yet, a good part of that will be. And with declining productions, regions that are currently awash with pipeline gas and perhaps even exporting, such as Indonesia's Bontang and Malaysia's Sabah, will need to start importing and turn into an importer region by the mid or late 2030s. Regions that are currently not a gas consumer, for example, Philippines, Mindanao, and Visayas, we expect those regions will also look towards gas to meet its growing power demand and provide reliability to complement the intermittency of renewables. Small-scale LNG and bunkering are also nascent industry, providing further upside to the region's LNG demand. Of course, Malaysia and Singapore already have bunkering vessels in operation today. Indonesia is looking a lot, focusing more towards small-scale LNG to serve smaller demands scattered across its islands. And so that's where I want to leave you all here today, where we went through, where we highlighted the opportunity space here. There are challenges as the countries need to grow and develop a more robust regulatory framework. But the opportunity is there from a demand perspective, and the breadth of expertise that's required from the shipping industry, infrastructure players, and technology providers, and financing sectors will all play a part in Southeast Asia's gas story. Thank you very much. And now I'll hand you over back to the organizer.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you, after each session, there will be a Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Ms.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. To those who have been participating in this session. And in this occasion, I'd like to convey and express my warm regards to organizer and to all speakers today, especially Pak Tutuka Aryadi, Pak Aryaji, and Pak Haryo Yunianto and others. Good afternoon. And first of all, of course, let me introduce about me. My name is Daryanto Aryadi, and you can call me Daryanto. And I've been working for state-owned electricity company, PLN, since 1995. Now I'm dealing with gas and fuel oil sector. And thank you very much for giving me opportunity to take part in KOREA-Indonesia Offshore Congress 2021. And today we will talk about challenges and opportunity LNG to power in Indonesia. Next, please. Okay. Firstly, we will look at the PLN's electricity production and the power mix 2016 and until 2020. And we see here in the graph that PLN electricity production growth in 2017, 2018, and 2019 on year-on-year basis, 2.4% and 4.9% and 4.4%. But in the 2020, PLN electricity production decreased about by 1.5% compared to 2019. Especially it's because the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, the pandemic condition, together with the entry of cheaper power plants, I mean coal-fired power plants from 35 gigawatts program and renewable energy power mix improvement program. this is also impact on electricity production from gas-fired power plant to significantly decline in 2020, as we see in this diagram. And next. Now we try to look at this PLN's power mix 2021, both national perspective and also region perspective. As we see here, until now, the share of electricity production, both region and national, still dominated by Jawa, Madura, Bali region. It's about the power mix about 70.71%, and the less power mix is the minimum power mix is region Nusa Tenggara and region Maluku Papua. But something interesting in the region Nusa Tenggara and region Maluku Papua, that in these two regions, we are facing the challenge situation where we are now consuming fuel oil. Fuel oil mix still dominates in these two regions, and now we are struggling to convert this fuel oil into gas. As we all know, the program also by the government, we call it Capman 13. Now we and PLN and Pertamina is in ongoing progress regarding this Capman 13. Next, please. Now we go to this slide about what about the story of natural gas utilization in PLN from 2010 until 2020. As we see here, since 2012, the operation of FSRU in West Java start to Muara Karang, Priok, and Muara Tawar power plant. And then the consumption of LNG increased slowly but sure. And in 2015, even the started operation of Arun Belawan gas pipeline in North Sumatra started as well. It means that the consumption of LNG is increasing. And in 2017, we have another reduction of LNG consumption because of the existence of the coal utilization of coal-fired power plant, and it reduced production costs and also decreased the consumption of LNG. And when we see in 2020, due to the pandemic, also cause impact to the consumption of LNG significantly. Gas or LNG decreased in 2020 in power plant. And next, please. Specifically in this slide, we can see that the impact of COVID-19 in PLN gas consumption, especially in Jawa, Bali in 2020, we see here that in national, it confirmed that in 2020, the consumption of gas significantly decreased. And also when we see in Jawa, Bali also, from in 2019, 337 TBTU decreased until significantly into 259 TBTU. While in BBTU per day, we can see here in the right side in the bottom that from March 2020 to August 2020, the decrease of gas consumption significant is about 160 BBTUD, the reduction. And as we know, major consumption of oil gas absorption in Indonesia is still in Jamali, is about 68.6%. Next, please. If we look at the slide, this is again describe about the impact of COVID-19 in PLN's LNG cargo absorption in 2020. The resource is coming from Bontang LNG and Tangguh LNG. These two resources to PLN power plant, gas power plant. And when we look at the Tangguh to Arun, due to this COVID, we plan consuming 15 cargos. Then we reduce until 11 cargos. And from Tangguh also to West Java, from 18 cargo, plan in 18 cargo, and we decrease until 10 cargos, which is significant. And also to Benoa, that from 3.5 cargos, we decrease into 3.2 cargos. That's how significant the impact of the COVID-19 into the LNG cargo absorption in PLN gas power plant in 2020. Next, please. Okay, we look at this. What about new RUPTL in 2021 and 2023? We are talking about installed capacity. The installed capacity of PLN power plant in 2020 is 63.3 gigawatts. And the additional new power plants in RUPTL 2021-23 is for about 40.6 gigawatt for 10 years ahead. Of course, with notes that our renewable energy power plants portion reaching 20.9 gigawatt or 51.6%. And what about the installed capacity in 2030? In 2030, the coal-fired power plant plan to retire about 1.1 gigawatts, and the replacement of old gas-fired power plants around 3.6 gigawatts. So PLN's generating capacity in 2030 will be about 99 gigawatts. Next, please. Okay. Still talking about RUPTL, new RUPTL 2021-2030. When we see here about the power mix, as stipulated in the RUPTL 2021-2030, that in 2025, PLN is obligated to reach renewable energy portion about 23% in 2025. This is a challenging one to reach this portion. And in the right side of the graph, we see that from 2021 until 2030, the composition between LNG and gas, the LNG portion year on year increasing, and of course because of the gas pipe declining from a year to year. So LNG substitutes the portion of the gas piping. Yeah, this is the description about the new RUPTL 2021 until 2030. In the power mix, we see here, I think coal-fired, yeah, the portion a little bit decreasing, but still dominates the power mix. And on the other hand, renewable energy a little bit increase since 2025 until 2030, while gas still contributes in the power mix, but a little bit decrease. Yes, and just minimum contribution from fuel oil fire. Okay, next, please. This is, I think, the last but not least of our my presentation. This is important to know that key issues in gas or LNG unit utilization. There are three key points to gas to power challenge. The first one, security of supply, and then the second one, flexibility of supply, and cost. The third one is cost efficiency. From security of supply, of course, we have a government regulation, yeah, a policy. Thank you to MEMR that who has hands-on to in terms of government regulation, and also in this issue, we are facing also uncertainty in subsurface condition and also the gas dispatch, and also another one, non-owned dedicated facility. While in flexibility of supply, the issue is about shallow water and about logistics scheme, as I mentioned about it relates to Capman 13, and also the limited small scale LNG terminal, and also specifically in power supply, we are facing swing supply for peaking portion. And then, of course, commercially related to flexibility of supply, we have upward, downward quantity tolerance and take or pay issue. While in the cost efficiency, of course, the issue about acceptable IRR, TOP, and from point of view of dispatch, there is a merit order, capacity factor, and CF, and also the important thing also the gas price and fuel cost, I mean cost of electricity. In the right side now, currently we have how to we consume renewable energy while also we have fossil fuel. So renewable energy grew faster than fossil fuel, and these days the energy produced by renewable slowly but sure increasing, as we see in the previous slide. But we will see also about the contribution of fossil fuels, both coal or gas, in the near future. And also the last important thing is about the COVID-19 outbreak. We still don't know when the COVID outbreak will disappear or will finish. But now we also, in terms of demand, still up and down, but we expect that the demand slowly but sure will increase, so that the production of the power plant increase and the consumption of the gas also increasing. So audience, this is our explanation regarding the challenge and opportunity in gas to power in Indonesia. And we hope by the explanation will give at least a new point of view or a wider point of view regarding this topic. I think that's all. Thank you very much for the attention. Back to the organizer. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you, after each session, there will be a Q&A session. So all the speakers in the first session, wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Kim Ki-dong from Republic of Korea, working for KOGAS as principal researcher. He will be discussing about sharing regasification experience for small-scale LNG in remote island. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ki-dong Kim from KOGAS, which is owned by government, state-owned company. I'm very honored to present today's topic, sharing the gasification experience for small-scale energy in remote area, Ireland. I get started with primary energy for power plant in South Korea. The largest primary energy is coal, and the second largest primary energy is the gas, natural gas for power plant. So third, the primary energy is the nuclear power plant. As this slide shows mainland power plant energy. We have the business structure of natural gas and electricity. Upper side shows a natural gas market. We have only one wholesaler, the KOGAS, and the KOGAS supply natural gas to two kinds of main customer. One side is retailer, the other side is power company, including a state-owned power company and private power company. And downside shows the electricity market business structure. There are a lot of power generation company in South Korea, and just one power exchange market operated by the government side, and only one power retail company owned by the KEPCO. KEPCO supply electricity to a final customer. However, and island power market is different story. Power generation by KEPCO, which is a unique electricity retailer in most islands. KEPCO have adapt internal combustion engine for power plant in island area. They use kerosene fuel for power plant. In recent nowadays, Korean government set for greenhouse gas reduction goal, 35% reduction compared to 2018 by 2030. And also they had regulation for emissions from power plant above 1.5 megawatt power plant in Ireland. So most of Ireland emit a lot of pollutants such as particulate matters, nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides. They make noise, and also they emit a lot of carbon dioxide to atmosphere. KOGAS and KEPCO R&D division had collaborate for forced dual fuel power plant development and demonstration project in Banyeon Island. The Banyeon Island is located western area from mainland. You can see find Banyeon Island map. This slide shows Banyeon Island power plant and small-scale energy satellite, which is a small-size energy regasification facility for power plant. Banyeon Island power plant has 50 megawatt diesel power plant. There are 8 diesel engine, consist of 3 megawatt diesel engine, and 1.5 megawatt diesel engine. 3 megawatt diesel engine made from Hyundai, and 1.5 megawatt diesel engine made from MAN Energy and Solution, and STX, the engine manufacturer. This power plant owned by KEPCO and operated by KEPCO. KEPCO made electricity through this power plant, and then they distribute electricity to island customer like household and shop, etc. The KOGAS and other stakeholders, including KOGAS Tech, Samchori, POSCO, Daejeong Solution, Korea Gas Safety Corporation, Chungnam University get together to study installation of LNG gasification for power plant. We have 100 cubic meter LNG storage tank and also 20 cubic meter high manganese LNG tank, which is specialized material for cryogenic use. We have development packaged LNG module for island the power plant LNG regasification facility. Nowadays, we have used LNG tank truck for that. Maybe we next year we will use LNG tank container for that. The process flow diagram is shown by this slide. We have, after installing LNG satellite, we have construct gas pipeline from LNG satellite to power plant, like this slide. Gas pipeline in LNG satellite area, and we have buried the gas pipeline underground, and we connect gas pipeline between power plant and LNG satellite. You can easily find the yellow pipeline. After complete LNG satellite facility, and we have transport LNG by LNG loading facility, LNG tank truck, and by ship to the LNG satellite facility. It takes 2 days from mainland to island due to land transportation and ship transportation. After unloading LNG, we have stored LNG in the first LNG storage tank. We draw LNG from tank. We arrange flow from first LNG storage tank to LNG pump. LNG pump pressurize LNG, normal LNG pressure to dual fuel engine required pressure. And then the LNG moved to second LNG storage tank. After that, we vaporize from LNG to medium pressure natural gas. And then the pressurized natural gas can be regulated by regulating facility, and then the natural gas flow into gas flow meter, and then the natural gas to power plant area. In the power plant area, there are 8 the diesel engine. The KEPCO R&D division have developed 1 diesel engine to dual fuel engine, and the dual fuel engine specification is like this slide. Engine model, the MAN 8L28, 32H, and the rated output 1,679 watt. And the KEPCO R&D division have installed a brand new facility for dual fuel engine, including gas valve unit, control system, and nitrogen system, which is used for emergency time and the purge system. And then they have also installed a safety system for dual fuel engine. So this is after retrofit the photo. You can usually find the yellow pipeline, stand for gas pipeline to the dual fuel engine. You can find the control system, turbocharger, and piston and connecting rod, gas injection valve. Okay, we have tested several times. We can have these kinds of results in dual fuel power generation emission after retrofit. Carbon dioxide concentration can be reduced from 40% to 42%. Nitrogen oxide concentration can be reduced from 66% to 85%. And also the dual fuel mode gas ratio can reach 93%. So this result is very excellent for us. So we are happy to complete dual fuel power generation in Ireland, South Korea. And this slide shows our strategy for decarbonization in Ireland power sector. We can deliver from LNG on mainland to Ireland by LNG tank, container, and tank truck. We can store LNG in Ireland LNG storage tank, and then we vaporize LNG to natural gas. After that, we can reform natural gas to hydrogen. We can blend hydrogen into natural gas stream. We can supply the blended fuel of natural gas and hydrogen to power plant, and the power plant company can reduce the carbon dioxide by 30 or the 50 ratio by 2050. Our government goal is minimum 35% greenhouse gas reduction by 2030. And then we can install the specialized natural gas pipeline in island area. We can supply the hydrogen LNG blend here for household, etc. Thank you for your attention, and I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Heru Setiawan from Indonesia, working for PGN as Director of Strategy and Business Development. He will be discussing about the challenges of developing the regasification infrastructure in scattered location. Please welcome him.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Pak Dirjen, Pak Professor, and my friend, Pak Daryanto from PLN, and of course, Ibu Asti and Mr. Kim for especially for the interesting presentations about the providing the LNG into the remote island, Kioc, who will present, and then thank you for this opportunity. We are honored to be participate in this reputable Congress. Cooperation, yeah. So like the organizer, just mentioned that we would like to present about our challenges of developing the regasification infrastructure in scattered locations, because like Pak Professor and Pak Daryanto mentioned before, presented before, we are in the middle in working on providing the infrastructure in gasification program of our the PLN power generation, because previously the fuel is a liquid fuel. The HSD in this case, and we with collaborating with the PLN would like to convert it into gas, and then we do coordination with the PLN, Pak Daryanto, Pak Rudi, in proceeding this program, of course with the overseeing from the Ministry of Energy, Pak Professor, who supervising us how to proceed this. Next. As you might know, that's there are potential marginal of the stranded gas, because we are trying to utilize all the potential source. In this case, it's a stranded gas. As you know that the Indonesia consists of thousands islands. It's a 17,000 islands. And then among those islands, we have a potential source of gas. But unfortunately, most of them is stranded in the remote island. And then there are some challenges how to monetizing this or commercializing this source into the market. And one of our initiative to utilize this stranded gas to the power in order to make all the supply chains make sense. So as you see, there are potential marginal stranded gas is about 300 mm per day spread across various regions in Indonesia, from Sumatra, Kalimantan, even some in Java, and then most of those stranded gas is in the eastern of Indonesia. The amount of potential gas reserve for the estimated gas flow rates are too large, thus limiting the gas distribution options. Indonesia, as an archipelago country, faces two challenges to monetize this marginal and stranded gas field that are located far from the existing demands, and then the infrastructure. The challenges is the source is scattered, and the demand is scattered, which is not in the same location. So we need to bring the molecule into the people, which is already stranded in the certain area across Indonesia. Next. So as you can see here that our focus in the small scale gasification program, we're gonna involve all those supply chains from the LNG and then vessel and also regasification plant, and we're gonna bring those gas into the PLN to convert from the liquid fuel into the gas. So there will be 52 locations of the Capman 13, and then we have a master agreement with the electricity company PLN, Pak Daryanto, and then we are focusing on the Quick Win, which is the Nias Island and Sorong, and then we have a power plant ready, which is 32 sites. The demand is will be 79 BBTUD in the Western Kalimantan, the Borneo, the Nusa Tenggara Islands, Papua, Maluku, and Sulawesi. And the typical supply chains will be the LNG. It's going to come from all the LNG, the big LNG plant, major LNG plant in Indonesia, from Tangguh, Bontang, Arun, and then Donggis-Noro, and then we're going to bring those LNG into the facilities, the jetty, LNG storage, and then gasification, and of course we need to have the gas metering system in order to control all the gas coming into the power plant in the PLN. And then of course that we're going to bring the small scale LNG in order to monetize all the scattered gas in Indonesia. Next. And then, as you might know, that there are some challenges in logistic and technology scheme, and then we are trying to bring this molecule in the particular reliability, safety, and of course the affordable price in order to create the efficiency across the supply chains. So that's why that we are trying to make a cluster among 32 locations, And then we divide it into 5 clusters, which is the Kalimantan, and then the Sulawesi, the Maluku, and then the Papua. And then we identify there are some source of gas, which is coming from the local cluster. We got from in Papua, we have Tangguh LNG and Sorong. And then we have Ambon. We'll get some gases from Sorong and then the Ambon itself. And then we're going to supply the Kalimantan or Borneo Island coming from the Bontang or Tangguh. And then we will break bucket into some small vessel and then bring it into Kalimantan, which is Jungkat here. And then we're gonna have some cluster in Sulawesi, especially in the Gorontalo in particular. As you see in the presentations that the LNG coming from the big plant, and then we're going to bring with some vessel. jetty or platform is depend on our study on the technology selections, and then we're going to have some storage and do some regasification unit, gas metering, and the power plant. Our spirit is to provide those molecule taking into account the reliability, safety, and of course the efficiency in the power generations fuel. Next. There is some arrangement in the mini LNG supply. Is one of our options. How to bring this molecule into the power generations, and then there are some alternative here. Not only the program of the converting the fuel to the power plant, but also that because Indonesia consists of the islands, and then we're trying to have some study to have railway as a transportation mode for the LNG, because one of our program is to spread the city gas, and then one of our options to bring the LNG into those city, we're gonna utilize the railway to bring the ISO tank into some places to big cities in Indonesia. Next. Of course, along the way, we're gonna make some synergy and then optimization with the local government, and then we hope that this synergy can create a sustainable multiplier effect for the local area in the form of the monetizing the upstream oil and gas locally, and then we're gonna develop the mini LNG plant. We hope can create encourage equitable distribution of the gas infrastructure in the local areas, and of course that we get some support from the government's program for the gasification in the electricity and the industrial sector through the synergy of the parties with the competitive scheme. And then increasing the local owned revenue through business profit managed by a regional company, absorption of local labor, and transfer of knowledge to local communities. Potential for increasing the fishing industry, by building cold storage around the LNG storage locations. And then we identify some key success factors on proceeding this program, which are the LNG source flexibility by doing some optimization of logistic costs by utilizing alternative LNG source. The nearest LNG source produce the most optimal logistic cost. And then we need to have infrastructure flexibility in the selection of the LNG refinery infrastructure, which is a mini LNG plant, LNG supply chains with particular logistic scheme, as well as the regasification onshore or platform. And then we need to have the infrastructure, which is which will be combined case by case location per cluster to get the optimization of the infrastructure cost and construction times. I think that's the small or brief introduction from me. Hopefully that this introduction will trigger some discussions, and then we hope that we can exchange the information. Then we will get the benefit from Korean, and also the Indonesia can give some information to the Korean company. Again, thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you once again, after each session, there will be a Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Kwak Chong-ho from Republic of Korea, working for Gas and Tech as CEO. He will be discussing about modular regasification system. Please welcome him.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Chung-ho Kwak of Gas and Tech. I have a great honor to introduce LNG to power solution through this session. First of all, I'd like to briefly introduce about Gas and Tech. Gas and Tech is an EPC company located in Busan, Korea. We have 60 direct employee and 60 indirect employee as well. Our business activities mainly for the LNG to power solution engineering and the FSO conversion engineering from the LNG carrier, and also FSO conversion engineering. Recently we started for our project located in Ilian, Philippines. This FSO conversion engineering from Adana, we are now securing the engineering of this FSO as well. I'd like to introduce the project that the Gas and Tech executed for Indonesia first. You can see this deck. You may well aware about this project. This is small floating regasification unit now operating Bali Bonoa port. And this floating regasification unit capacity is 50 MMSFT send out and 10 bar kg send out pressure. Through this FRU, the gas sent to the power plant apart from 4 kilometers from this area. This is the first small floating regas gas to power project of Indonesia. This FRU deployed from 2016. It's well operating currently. Our endocrine PRN, they are well operating at US coast for Bangkok and Adana. We are now securing the engineering of this FSU as well. I'd like to introduce the project that the Tech executed for Indonesia first. You can see this deck. You may well aware about this project. This is small floating regasification unit now operating Bali Bonoa port. And this floating regasification unit capacity is 50 mmSFT send out and 10 bar kg send out pressure. Through this FSRU, the gas sent to the power plant apart from 4 kilometers from this area. This is the first small floating regas gas to power project of Indonesia. This FSRU deployed from 2016. It's well operating currently. Our endocrine PRN, they are operating 200 megawatt power plant using this FRU. Gas Center provided entire EPC for this FRU, and total delivery months are 12. It's a very short-term delivery period. The scope included the regasification facility using our trademark of Regastena, and also LNG daily tank, entire control and monitoring system, custody transfer and measurement system as well. Probably this FRU is a worldwide first small floating regasification solution that deployed for Indonesia power plant. This is a 26K FSRU. It's now operating at Bali Bonoa as well. This FSRU has been delivered in 2018, now well operating at Bali Bonoa for the 200 megawatt power plant operating by PRN. Gas Center was rehired for the second Bali terminal by the same endocrine of PRN based on the successful previous FRU project. This FSRU having 50 mmSFT regas send-out capacity, and this is entire cover for 200 megawatt power plant. Gas Center provided our detail and production engineering for LNG tanks, cargo handling system, and the regasification system, and the integrated automation system as well. So this FSRU equipped with the regas vaporizer of a steam critical indirect heating, including our trademark of regas trainer. We have provided also boil gas compressor system package, cargo pump, and hold pressurizing system, integrated control and alarm monitoring system, custody transfer and measurement system as well, firefighting gas detection system, including hazard and hazard study from the classification society. Eventually, we executed onboard test and commissioning at shipyard and on the site as well. So now this FSRU is successfully operating. As I know, this 26 class CBM FSRU is first in the world. It's now well operating at Bali Bonoa. Our company has great honor to successfully execute and well operating this small FRU and FSRU at Indonesia power plant. Next, I'd like to introduce our FSRU conversion EPC from the LNG carrier. You can see here our first LNG carrier to FSRU conversion project. This converted FSRU already deployed to West Africa for supplying gas for the 250 megawatt power plant. And the client is Karadani's and MOL joint venture. And this LNG carrier was built at Kioc Heavy Industry in 1985, probably. So, Gasentech performed all entire conversion engineering, including structure, hull, hydrodynamics, power handling system, and the regas system, and LNG daily tank installation and design, and bottle gas management system, and also emergency shutdown system, and custody transfer measuring system as well. So Gasentech provide an entire EPC and shipyard Sembcorp, Bawang located Singapore. They are converted, doing the conversion works at the shipyard with our engineering and procurement. Especially for this FSRU equipped with the LNG daily tank. This LNG daily tank enables to supplying gas without stopping from LNG supply to the regas vaporizer. It means the reliability of this FSRU is almost 99%. So this FSRU engineering is very high reliability and operability as well. And for this FSRU conversion, we have applied a very special technology named the regas trainer. You can see here, on left side, you can see two regas trainer modules now installing on board. Underneath of this regas trainer, one big bottle gas compressed module installed as well. Regas trainer contains every regas related equipment and system, including control and alarm monitoring, firefighting, gas detection, and metering, every included in the regas process related. Means, with one containerized regas trainer, every regas equipment and system, including safety features, located just one containerized regas trainer. So shipyard and client just install regas trainer. That's it for the regas process. This is very unique design of a Gasentech, and helping for successful execution of a Polster project. Currently, a lot of worldwide major clients are contacting Gasentech for applying regas trainer for their FSRU conversion, such as BW, Gasrogue, Instituas, NYK, and MOL. The worldwide famous clients are now currently contacting Gasentech to apply this regas trainer solution for regas module, regas process for the FSRU conversion. And on the right side, you can see LNG daily tank. This LNG daily tank also Gasentech designed and approved from the classification society. And this LNG daily tank is installed between number 1 and number 2 tank. It's also very special design, possibly to install this 1000 CBM IMO-taxi tank on board. This is also first time in the world for the FSRU conversion engineering. With this LNG daily tank, we can supply LNG to the regas trainer continuously without stopping. This is very much important engineering philosophy for FSRU conversion. So, this is also currently a lot famous clients asked to install LNG daily tank and the LNG supply pump outside of daily. Yes, we completed first LNG carrier to FSRU for Driputra, and second LNG carrier to FSRU, Northwest Shearwater. And now we are doing the conversion engineering of LNG Vesta is now on the progressing of conversion engineering. This LNG Vesta is a third vessel having sender capacity of 168 MMSFD. All these three ships we have ordered from the same client of Kradani's MOL joint venture. Next, I'd like to introduce our engineering and procurement construction activity for the LNG bunkering ship side. Okay. Right side, you can see the worldwide the first LNG bunkering barge operating at U.S. coast. This LNG bunkering barge was built at Conrad shipyard located U.S. So Gasantech provided our EPC package for this LNG bunkering barge, except the cargo tank. This case, the cargo tank applied membrane Mark III flex. Gasantech provided cargo handling system and design and bunkering equipment, custody transport management system, control and alarm monitoring system, test and commissioning, and also Gasantech participated for first 6 times of bunkering after building this bunkering barge. This is also successfully built it and now well operating at U.S. coast for bunkering LNG to the third container ship. Now, left side, you can see worldwide the first IMO type B tank LNG bunkering ship now building at Japan, Fukuoka shipyard. Gasantech awarded for the entire EPC for the cargo handling system and LNG bunkering system, automation system. As well, cargo tank fabrication, AGMP of our mother company, family company of AGMP, they executed the cargo tank manufacturing as well. This LNG bunkering ship having 2.7 kcbm cargo tank capacity is first time to build MO-type B tank. And so this bunkering ship will be completed by this year, November. We'll start bunkering operation service from this year, November. Despite of a pandemic, Gasantech successfully executed this bunkering ship test and commissioning through remote communication with the Fukuoka shipyard. And the other one now we are doing a 12K LNG bunkering ship cargo handling system EPC package with the Semco for the end client of MOL. And this ship will be operated at Malacca Strait by Pavilion. Next, finally, I'd like to introduce about our activity for the LNG gas terminal, EPC. Yeah, this lot, you can see entire configuration of a regas terminal now constructing at Ilan, Philippines, near Manila. This regas terminal through this regas terminal, we are sending gas of 8 per kg to the power plant of 2.4 gigawatt power plant operating by SMC of Philippines. Just briefly introduce about the configuration. You can see here one LNG carrier we are using as a storage tank, like a FSU, floating storage unit. This FSU is converting from LNG carrier to FSU. Gas and Tech doing entire EPC for this FSU conversion works. And also onshore side, we are providing 6 sets of 84 MMSFD regas tanker with the LNG supply pump and all related process and equipment. Gas and Tech doing detailed engineering for regas terminal, and almost 80% of detailed engineering already completed for this terminal. And also, before detailed engineering, Gas and Tech executed feed engineering for this terminal as well last year. So this terminal will be started commercial operating from 2022 around June. So we are sending total 420 MMSFT to the power plant of 2.4 gigawatt. The power plant having 4 trains of gas turbine and 2 trains of steam turbine power generating unit as well. Next, you can see this is also gas to power project. So now Gas and Tech cooperating with the Osaka Gas and the AGNP. The overall configurations of this terminal consist of 26K FSRU and 170 megawatt power barge and 150K class FSU converted from LNG carrier. So this New Caledonia project is now progressing. It's a bid process, and probably will announce a bid award about this year November. So Gas and Tech is participating for this project with Osaka Gas and AGMP and Capel Shipyard. The role of Gas and Tech for this project is FSRU, new building, and all the regas tanker and related cryogenic equipment, machinery process, automation system will be provided by Gas and Tech. And also, conversion works, conversion engineering from LNG carrier to FSU will be done by Gas and Tech. This FSU belongs to Osaka Gas and NYK shipping. So we already started to concept design of FSU conversion with Osaka Gas. Lastly, I'd like to introduce about our very unique solution of regas tanker. As you see here, this is our trademark of regas tanker. We call this module regas tanker. All the regas related equipment systems are included in just one containerized module. Just look at these. This page you can see regas tanker inside. This is 3D modeling and rendering of regas tanker of our 84 MMSFT. In the regas tanker, you have a regas vaporizer, heat exchangers of glycol and steam or glycol seawater, and all related cryogenic piping and system. Send out manifold, metering system, firefighting, gas detection, and also emergency shutdown and integrated automation system also included in this regas TENA inside. Means client has a great interest in of this regas TENA solution because just one containerized regas TENA undertake every regas process without any other system and equipment. And this is also very simple to install on board or install on shore side as well. This regas TENA already has a lot of preference, either floating side and the onshore side as well. So currently a lot of clients asking to Gas and Tech for applying this regas TENA for their project, not only floating side, but also onshore side. This page you can see inside the regas TENA now constructing at Korea nearby Busan. You can see here is very simply this regas TENA just the entire manufacture at Korea and sent to site. At the site, just lift up this regas TENA and install on board. That's it. It's very simple and very efficient and very effective solution of regasification industry. All right, thank you for your attention, and have you any question or inquiry, then please contact us. Thank you very much. Right.
Thank you for your speech. I believe that Mr. Kwak's speech is the last for this first session, and please understand that because of lack of time, we will continue to second session. Thank you to the participants for joining in this session. And in this second session, we will discuss about offshore decommissioning, your second session today. Our first speaker of this second session will be Mr. Ardiansyah from Indonesia, working for SKK Migas as Head of Project Management and Facility Maintenance Division. He will be discussing roadmap to offshore platforms decommissioning in Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, moderator, for the time. Let me share my presentation. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you very much to KOREA-Indonesia Offshore Research Cooperation Center for giving me an opportunity to deliver a presentation about roadmap to offshore platforms decommissioning in Indonesia. It is a great pleasure for me to be here among all of you from government officials of Indonesia and Korea, and also from many industrial associations. Ladies and gentlemen, before I start my presentation, let me introduce myself and my organization. I am Ardiansyah. My position is Division Head of Project Management and Facility Maintenance of SKK Migas. My organization is SKK Migas, or as well known as special task force for upstream oil and gas business activities in Indonesia. SKK Migas is an institution established by the government of the Republic of Indonesia under Presidential Regulation Number 9, 2013 on management of upstream oil and gas business activities. SKK Migas is assigned to manage the upstream oil and gas business activities under a cooperation contract with oil and gas company. The establishment of this institution is purpose that the exploitation of the state's oil and gas natural resources will be able to generate maximum benefits and revenue to the state for the greatest welfare of the people of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, to explore and exploit the oil and gas, Government of Indonesia assigned SKK Migas to sign a contract with an oil and gas company, either National Oil and Gas Company (NOC), for example Pertamina, or foreign oil and gas company. The role of the SKK Migas in that contract is as operational management, with the main objective as follows. First, to improve oil and gas reserve so that the production will be sustainable until the future. Secondly, to optimize state income. As operational management, we manage that the production operation should be efficient so that it will generate optimum income for state. Third is to fulfill domestic energy demand. The production oil and gas is mostly for domestic needs, for domestic petrochemical industry and energy, but some of them also converted to LNG for export. The other objective is as multiplier effect toward national economy. We treat oil and gas not only as a product or commodity, but further we also treat the oil and gas industry as a trigger or to influence the national industry or local society economy to grow up. So, as much as possible, oil and gas industry will utilize domestic product. Ladies and gentlemen, for the illustration, this slide shows Indonesian upstream oil and gas facts. There is around 128 basin. 20 of them have been produced, and 27 is already discovered and in process evaluation for production. 13 basin is being explored, and the remain, mostly the biggest one, is still unexplored yet. So there is many opportunity basin in Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, as per last year report on 2019, the reserve of oil is around 3.8 billion barrel oil, and the reserve of gas is around 77 TCF. And recently, those reserve is increased, but not formally reported yet. Regarding to working area, the total is around 183 working area. 94 of them is production working area, already produced oil and gas, and the rest, 89 is still exploration working area that we expect will discover oil and gas. Besides those reserve data, in this slide, you may know there are around 1,000 oil and gas fields, around 30,000 wells, and many information you can find out in this slide. But the complete data you may see in our website is kkmigas.co.id. Please come to our website is kkmigas.co.id. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all about my institution. Now here we are, our decommissioning and abandonment site restoration context or roadmap. Talking decommissioning, especially for offshore operation, it means the cessation oil and gas operation at an offshore platform and returning the seafloor or environment around them to its pre-production state or back to the pre-production state. Decommissioning and abandonment site restoration is one office of petroleum operation. It is an obligation in PSG contract that have to be done. Toward the end of field production cycle, oil and gas company mostly will face a dilemma to optimize or invest for enhanced production of remaining reserve, or to plan or start for decommissioning. Ladies and gentlemen, the following are some facts and challenges of decommissioning. Decommissioning is expensive and challenging activity for oil and gas company. It requires operators to divert cash or human resources away from revenue generating activities. The operator must spend much money and resources, but no revenue or little revenue that generated from that activities. Since it is an obligation of petroleum operation that must be done, that mostly at the end of field production, then efficient late life asset management and operation are fundamental to maximizing the economic potential of the region. However, this will require much more innovative ways to keep costs low. But operator must begin to prepare for cost-effective and safe decommissioning. Also start to eliminate of non-value adding activities. And finally, operator must start when and how to plan for decommissioning. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are. This is a map of Indonesia, shows the numbers and the location of offshore platform or offshore infrastructure operated by oil and gas company, which were installed in Indonesian water. The total platform is around 634 platforms. 527 of them are still supporting production, and over 100 are not operated. This platform spread from west to east of Indonesia, mostly located on the north of Java Island and located in East Kalimantan. Ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned earlier, there are around 100 platforms which currently not operated anymore. Those platforms were identified to be decommissioned. This some sample photograph of those platforms. You can see that there are various types of platform, such as a production platform with many equipment above it. The other type is wellhead platform with minimum equipment, but there is one or more wells within it that must be plugged and abandoned first before decommissioning. Flare stack platform, it's a simple steel structure as part of protection facility. You can see some of them are only jacket structure. Its deck already moved to be reused for another field and installed on a new jacket. You can see there is a platform decommissioning plan. We have 7 phase. Phase 1, 10 platform, phase 2, 14, and so on and so on. And phase 7 is 16. We expect we can execute this roadmap timely manner. Ladies and gentlemen, how the process the decommissioning an oil and gas facilities that we will do. Here it's a simple process. The process starts by identifying the platform which not used. Then the operator makes some studies like subsurface, surface facility, future opportunity, platform integrity and safety, decommissioning method, option for utilization, and cost estimation. Prior to execution, we propose to Directorate General of Oil and Gas to get technical approval. Once we get approval, operator may continue to plug and abandonment the well, also cleaning platform and facility from hydrocarbon, also de-energizing accordingly. However, since the platform is state's asset or belong to State of Republic Indonesia, this asset is registered or reported to Directorate General of State Asset Management under Ministry of Finance. But special for oil and gas industry, this report is delegated to Secretary General of Oil and Gas under Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, so that the removal or reutilization or transfer of title to other institution or write-off must be approved by those both institution. You know, each institution has their own rule or regulation that must be fulfilled. After all requirement complied, then the decommissioning can be executed. Not for me that every single technical step or technical phase required different skill or competent from a contractor, executor contractor. Ladies and gentlemen, now, what the challenges we face now? In general, current condition in Indonesia are in platform in numbers. Total platform is around 634 platform. Like I mentioned before, 527 of them are still supporting production, and over 100, around 100 are not operated anymore. The other condition is many of the steel production platform are very old. Around 60% of them is more than 30 years old. So we have many old platform. And many of the field are mature and at late life stage, as old as the age of facility. Even some working area more than 100 years. And the decommissioning has been earmarked as an environmental obligation and one of the program charter of long-term plans. SK Migas has strategic plan to produce 1 million barrel oil per day on 2030 to comply with environmental requirement. The challenges are one, about regulatory framework. We know that there are some regulations that must be complied in oil and gas industry due to its business nature. For example, in technical matter, we have to get approval from Directorate General Oil and Gas for technical point of view. Related to asset, we have to get approval from Directorate General Asset State Management under Ministry of Finance. Related to waste and environmental matter, we must get approval from Environmental Minister and so on. Based on this condition, various regulation, we try to make smooth process and make simplified framework specific for decommissioning activities. The other challenge is funding. For new contract or new field plan of development, the funding already clearly specified, such as estimated cost, how to preserve the fund, and how to use the fund. But for the old contract, it is not clearly mentioned how to preserve the funding. So it is complicated. Complicated about the funding for the old platform. It's still an issue that need to be solved together between operator, government, and SK Migas. And the next challenge is about expertise. One of most critical activity in oil and gas is plug and abandonment of well. For all platform, sometimes we face crucial issue and challenge regarding to lack of historical well data, well integrity condition, also social and environmental issue. Besides plug and abandon of well, the other expertise that will be a challenge is about waste management and environmental impact. Ladies and gentlemen, besides those challenges, we also have opportunity or strategy that mostly to cover a funding issue. Like we must have economically viable on EUP or end of production or late life of field. And start P&A and decommissioning while working toward end. Create value for decommissioning. Also, to save costs for decommissioning, we will make engagement with stakeholder for reutilization of offshore platform. For example, reuse by other oil and gas operator. For example, the deck installed to other field on new jacket. Reuse to other area by other institution, e.g. for rig to reef in other area. Or we live in situ at the original location. This platform can be used for fish farm or observation area, etc. To preserve funding, all new POD consider ESR or abandonment site restoration include planning and funding. So we will develop strategic planning and execution for ESR in SK Migas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my last slide. This is one of SK Migas program we currently do as part of strategic planning and related to environmental matter, namely national decommissioning strategy. It contains objective, target, issue, risk, action plan that we already identified. With this program charter, it is expected decommissioning activity can be done properly in near future. Again, this program charter is part of our SK Migas long-term plan. Our ambition is to produce 1 million barrel oil per day in 2030. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all from me. I hope my presentation is useful for you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Keep safe and keep health. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you once again, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Choi Jae-hoon from Republic of Korea, working for KHAN as Executive Vice President. He will be discussing Ataka 1, EB, and UA, eco-friendly decommissioning method, and reutilization of removed structure to fishing reef. Please welcome him.
Hello everyone, my name is Jae-hoon Choi, Kang Company in Korea. From now, I start to my presentation for decommissioning 3 platforms in Ataka field and reutilization to fishing reef. The order of this presentation is as following. Firstly, project background and introduction of KAN consortium, field and platform information, decommissioning execution plan, and challenging points of this project. Firstly, I would like to tell you the project background. This project has been prepared and planned for several years between Indonesian government and Korean government. August 2014, there was a LOI between KMOUC and Amaplad for maintenance and decommissioning of Indonesian offshore plant. July 2017 to May 2018, feasibility study for offshore decommissioning was developed by Korean and Indonesian parties together. At that time, target platforms were assigned to Ataka field and Yakin field. Based on this result, March 2020, from Korean side made planning report for R&D project of decommissioning technology. Then, May 2021, KAN consortium was awarded this government R&D project. The project name is Research and Development of Eco-Friendly Decommissioning Technology and Reutilization. In this awarded R&D project, execution of decommissioning 3 platforms, Ataka I, UA, EB, and removed these platform structures as artificial reef are included. In KAN consortium, there are total 14 members, 11 companies, and 2 research institutes, and 1 university. Next, I tell you the field and platform information. As you see, the Ataka field location is 50 km far to southeast from Buntang, East Kalimantan. Ataka field was discovered in 1970 and started production in November 1972. The field has 26 square miles area, and it is one of 5 supergiant fields which were discovered in Putei Basin. You can see there are many platforms and pipelines in Ataka field in this picture. Ataka I platform is located on northeast side, and platform UA and EB are located in south area of the field. Left side picture, the yellow mark is the location of Ataka field, and the distance among the platforms are shown. Distance between Ataka I and UAEB is around 4.6 kilometers. Between Buntang and the field, there is a planned reef area. It is near to shore side, and the distance is around 10 kilometers southeast from the shore. This reef area was assigned when feasibility study was done. We will install a few platform structures by toppling in this area. The area we estimate is 230 meter by 170 meter. But this reef area can be changed. So location of the reef area should be picked and confirmed before execution. Now I explain the target platform information. As per the update information from PHKT, total weight of Ataka I is 1,553 tons. Topside 408 tons. Jacket weight is 1,145 tons. The water depth is 67 meters and the age is 44 years old. For Ataka UA, total weight is 279 tons. Topside 53 tons. Jacket weight is 226 tons and water depth is 55 meters and age is 21 years. In case of Ataka EB, total weight is 578 tons. Topside 128 tons. Jacket is 450 tons and water depth is 56 meters and age is 22 years. All these platforms are start production and as per PHKT, well P&A and cleaning inside of the pipeline are already done. There are pictures of Ataka I platform. If you see the pictures below, you can see there are many corrosion and rust, and some parts are serious condition. These are for Ataka UA platform. This platform condition is better than Ataka I. Next, for Ataka EB. It is also better than Ataka I. In conclusion, Ataka I is worse than other two platforms, but all of these three platforms, there are much corrosion near the water surface area. These photos show the underwater condition of platform. Even if there are many marine growths on the underwater structure, the condition is seems to be good health. Before start decommissioning of, we will mobilize diver or ROV to carry out the underwater survey and check the condition exactly. Now, we have 3D modeling for each platform, and it is 3D model of Ataka I. Ataka I has 4 legs, jacket structure, and 6 lines of 30-inch diameter conductors, and 2 lines of 20-inch conductors as you see. And there are 2 riser lines and 2 tubes. It is a 3D model for Ataka UA. Ataka UA has 3 straight legs and 3 lines of 14-inch diameter conductors inside of leg, and 1 of 30-inch conductor. Special point is that the platform legs are also used for conductors. It is for Ataka EB. Ataka EB is almost the same configuration with Ataka UA. Next, for decommissioning execution. Basic concept is on the table. All of topside structure of platforms will be dismantled and transported to onshore. In case of jacket, every jacket will be cut by 2 pieces. Ataka I jacket pieces will be dropped into the reef area, but other jacket pieces of Ataka UA and EB are not picked to be transported to onshore or to be dropped into reef area. We will discuss and finalize with Indonesian parties how to handle this UA and EB jacket pieces after dismantle. For dismantle the platforms, firstly, we need structure reinforcement to reduce the lifting risk due to structure corrosion. Especially, we think the structure of splash zone needs structural reinforcement because there are much corrosion. And make the cutting and lifting plan for platform topside, jacket, caisson, conductors, and risers. We also have to develop safe and efficient transportation plan for deliver to onshore and the lift area. This is a schedule to be planned at this moment. 2021, we'll prepare the engineering document and make the plan how to execute decommissioning work. And 2022, plan to detail site survey before decommissioning work. Decommissioning work will be planned to execute from second and third quarter of next year. There are several delay factors now, but we do our best to do this job next year. This is work sequence for decommissioning and installation of lifts. Firstly, arrange barge and crane vessel near to the target platform. Then cutting and removing the topside. After then, lifting the removed topside and loading on the barge. And fastening on the barge. Then cut and remove the upper jacket piece and load on the barge. Work sequence for low part of jacket is same with upper jacket part. Finally, all of removed parts are fastening on the barge and move to reef area. At the reef area, dropping and toppling jacket pieces one by one to use as reef. After completion of reef installation, move to onshore and hand over remaining platform structures for scrapping by Indonesian party. On 2021 this year, we will carry out engineering and technical document work for preparation of decommissioning. Also, assign the marine warranty surveyor. They will review our generated document with viewpoint of safety. We will do site survey for topside and underwater if possible. At this moment, we think no need for underwater survey because underwater condition is not much changed as per the underwater survey report. And we also secure equipment of marine fleet, cutting equipment, diving, and ROV to execute next year. And we need to clarify a kind of interface work with Indonesian parties one by one, especially for formal and legal issues, permit, approval, license, and so on. 2022, arrange all decommissioning equipment to the site and complete licensing, permit, and approval for decommissioning work. After then, finally carry out decommissioning work and reef installation, platform dismantle, dropping and toppling jacket pieces in reef area, transport the main platform part to onshore, and site clearance. After decommissioning and reef installation work, from 2023 to 2025, we carry out periodical survey and monitoring the work site, especially evaluation how much increased PC population after installation of reef. And based on this decommissioning experience, we will develop eco-friendly method for decommissioning, and set up the proper decommissioning process together with Indonesian parties. For this work, there are several challenging points at this moment. First one is COVID-19 pandemic situation. It is not easy to visit to Indonesia and have a meeting with Indonesian parties now, but collection of platform information and clearing issues by meeting with Indonesian side and site survey are very essential for this project. So we have to minimize and optimize to trip and face-to-face meeting. Second, mobilization of marine spread. We need to find proper marine spread, especially heavy lifting vessel. Now we think the vessel has more than 700 tons lifting capacity. If there is no vessel to meet this requirement in Indonesia, we have to mobilize from other countries. In this case, we need to solve cabotage rules of Indonesia. Third one is licensing, permit, and approval by many Indonesian government agencies. For this, we need active participation of Indonesian parties. Finally, we must do this job very safely without any accident, damage, and loss. For this, we have to plan with very safe methods and carry out the job safely. This is the first project of decommissioning whole platform in Indonesia. With a good relationship with Indonesian parties as well as consortium members, we will success this job safely. I hope that the experience and know-how accumulated through this work will be very helpful to co-work between Indonesia and Korea for decommissioning of offshore platforms in Indonesia. Thank you.
Speech, and we remind you once again, after each session there will be Q&A session, so all the speakers please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Dr. E. Nyoman Radiata from Indonesia, working for KKP as Marine Research Center Director. He will be discussing the utilization of offshore abandoned platforms for aquaculture in Indonesia. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
For this Congress. This afternoon, I would like to talk about Reach to Fish Farm in the framework of environmental, social, and corporate governance. My name is Nyoman Radiata. I am a director of Marine Research Center. Next. As a background, we know all that our President Jokowi and Indonesian governments has high interest and committed to develop sustainable offshore marine aquaculture. To increase fisheries production and development of marine aquaculture toward the offshore is an opportunity that can also minimize environmental problems that exist in aquaculture activities on the coast. The potential area of marine aquaculture in Indonesia is about 67.7% of the total potential area for aquaculture, and only about 2.36% have been utilized. In the pandemic era, I mean, that aquaculture is potential as a prime mover and leading sector in the growth for national economy. Next, please. We know that about 100 post-production oil gas offshore platform, or PPF, are ready for decommissioning in Indonesia. We can see from this map, indicate the number separate around all that's area water in Indonesian seas. The commissioning has to be carried out due to navigation safety and environmental restorations around the post-platform itself. which is decommissioning budget approximately about 930 million US dollar for 100 PPFs. Some option to reutilize the platform, considering the need of marine and fisheries, offer an opportunity to provide a significant reduction of decommissioning costs, obtain a greater profit from the investment, also deliver added value to conservation of marine environments and coastal community economy. Next. We know that we have 4 options for port decommissioning. First is low cost, high benefit. We can categorize for the utilization as reach to reef. High cost, high benefit might be reach to fish farm. High cost, low benefit, such as sea adventure, renewable energy hub, and also fish cold storage. And the fourth is low cost, low benefit as a research station or military base. Based on our research in Marine Research Center, we have a study that's a possibility post decommissioning as a reutilization option for a post platform in Indonesia, like used for reef, reach for fish farm, or for renewable energy, and also for other utilization. Next, please. In the general, offshore aquaculture might be defined as taking place in the open sea with a significant exposure to wind and wave actions, and where there is a requirement for equipment and servicing vessel to survive and operate in several sea conditions from time to time. The issue of distance from coast or from the safe harbor to the shore base is often, but not always, as a factor. That's if we think about the reutilization of a PPF as a fish farm. We know that's an operational fish farm. That's not only we see from the environmental side of the location, but also how we can build that kids or that farm into the offshore area. Next, please. So we are thinking to implement that reach to fish farm fully technological base. So the benefit of reach to fish farm, including the offshore platform structure, is very sturdy or resistant to wave and current. Water condition is more natural and cleaner, better quality of seafood production. Compared with the 50 or 60% survival rate of offshore aquaculture, show more 95% survival rate, which is highly economically. Empowerment of fishermen and coastal community, and last is the sustainability aquaculture in industry. So by implementing of high technology mariculture based on Industrial 4.0, we hope that this implementation of reutilization post-platform become a fish farm might be feasible. Next, please. The other opportunities that we, Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, has experience of mariculture project with the Norway using a floating cage. This is need to be considered for submerged cages also, not only floating, not only surface, but also submerged cage. Using the offshore platform as a mooring point, aquaculture facility can be installed on the surrounding area of the platform, and accessibility to the platform is the key factor. So it means that we need to consider a distance from the certain area, distant from the land. That's become another point of view to be considered. Based on our research that's already done by Marine Affairs, Marine Fisheries Research Center in 2017, we already categorize reutilization option and also typical of fish farm as indicated in this slide. Next, please. So in terms of reach to fish farm in Indonesia, not only we consider about kids itself, but also other infrastructure supplements, such as feed bars or feeding system and maintenance, and also boat for walking vessel and transport boat. Because you know that kids embedded with that post platform, that's a bit far from the coast area. And then as we propose that operational based on the technology or industrial 4.0, so we need that other facility, as I said, that feed bars and also boat for walking vessel and transport boats. Next, please. So based on our discussion with our team, either from Indonesian side and also for Korean side, we dedicated with 2 economical species for farm in reeds, around the reeds area, by implemented a kids farm in that post platform, such as the Baramundi and a giant grouper. Baramundi, we already have that technology in Indonesian sites, so we can know that the rapid growth of Baramundi is a very, very good, which is within 1 year can be reached about more than 1 kilograms Baramundi, and then easy to get good quality seed. About the price and market, also a very good price market, even in the domestic and also in the export price. While the giant grouper, that will be contributed from our partnership with the Koreans. The Korean will be provide us with giant grouper. This is also as an economical value in terms of price, in terms of rapid growth of fish, and also easy to get good quality of seed. Next, please. So as I said, when we want to implement that kids embedded, connected with the post platform, so we need to consider about the environmental characteristic around that area. What are the important parameters I can say here? So we need to consider about the varying depth of the sea, because this will be important aspect, will be influence for the current, for the wave around that platform, and also weather and marine environmental as a difference. Those uncertainties when adopting aquaculture model from the countries. In terms of meteorological and also the oceanography, we know that many characteristic oceanography occur in Indonesian Sea, and so ion, a tropical cyclone, that's all need to be considered, because the location of platform mostly is a bit far from the coastline. And lastly, about the marine ecosystem in Indonesia. Indonesian water varies due to monsoon change, and also we need to consider about the ecosystem, a coastal ecosystem that might be considered impacting by installing the fish farm around the post platform itself. Next, please. We collected several implementation of reef to fish farm benchmark. One that's already implemented as a case study of case works. That's implementation by Norway Salmar groups. They have produced a very large of farmed salmon. The dimension of this fish offshore fish farming in Norway with a characteristic of height about 68 meter with the diameter 110 meter, and a volume of water is about 250,000 square cubic meter. So I think this is the one might be a benchmark for the implementation of reach to fish farm. Another implementation we served, next please, with the other side of the country is located in the Gulf of Mexico. But according to that research that's done by Kioc et al. In 2011, this actually the presence of this activity is not likely to be profitable venture. I mean, that's we need to be consider more regarding the implementation of how we can use the POS platform for a fish farm. Next, please. So based on that, the previous slide, that what I already presented, we can see the several challenges regarding the implementation or reutilization of POS platform to become a fish farming. First is we need to detail study about the reutilization of POS platform for aquaculture in Indonesia, such as economic analysis, daily fisheries activity, and how to harvest. We know that the location of POS platform, as I said before, is not sometimes is not near to the coast. So we need to consider about that aspect. Next is the benchmark study for decommissioning and the reutilization of a POS platform in the fisheries sector. I think we need serve more benchmark study, more valuable information. Is that a benefit or still under a study case? Safety and security aspect in fisheries activity around oil and gas area that are still active. So it means we need to consider if location of POS platform is still around the active platform. The plan to reutilization of PPF for the another function, automatically we change the marine spatial planning. So we know usually the several platform located already in a specific marine spatial planning. If we use that POS platform, so it means we will have to change the marine spatial planning that's already decided before. There still need more discussion among stakeholders regarding the utilization of POS platform. Next, please. The strategy and policy. So a minister directive to assess all the POS platform, around 100 POS platform that are ready to be decommissioning or reutilized. So we need to know about the information, for example, the age of the platform, the condition of the platform, how that's location, and etc. Detailed study of potential location of risk to fish farm project and adjusted the current spatial planning. So it means that how about the current spatial planning around the platform itself? So is it possible we suddenly change utilization of that current spatial planning to other purpose of that spatial planning? And the last is the possibility to implement offshore aquaculture farm without the use of POS platform and linkage with the project with Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries priority program right now. So we are thinking, if possible, the implementation of offshore aquaculture is still we can do without using that POS platform, because we know that a bit still uncertainty or still difficult to use that POS platform for our implementation for a reach to a fish farm. I think, next please. That's all I would like to share in this a very good Congress. And then lastly, I would like to thank to the committee. I hope that this share material that presented from Marine Research Center can be beneficial for our cooperation, the next feature. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech. And once again, we remind you, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And our next speaker will be Mr. Ahmad Agus Mifrakuroman from Indonesia, working for PHEONW as General Manager. He will be discussing about seeking the optimum decommissioning option, comparative assessment EONWJ. Please welcome him.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present one of current topic that aligned with the session 2, which is seeking the optimum decommissioning option. It's a comparative assessment in PSE ONWG. Next. This is the case study for three structure, which is a simple structure. Name PAFT, which is a flare tip, and FFFT, another flare, and also FSAT platform. There's a tripod, all of them are tripod, and the last one has a deck on it. Next. We will talking about the intro of the platform, structure we're talking about in offshore Northwest Java. And then we're talking about comparative assessment itself. And the option we have, we'll discuss kind of like pro-con, summary, and then talking about BA41. Next. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the Pertamina Hulu Energy Offshore Northwest Java. We call it PSE ONWG. The operation area creates is located offshore of Jakarta, and actually spreading out from 1,000 islands. Maybe you're familiar with. And then going east up to the offshore of Cirebon, which is in West Java. So it's quite large crates from offshore standpoint. And also it has been developed with 200 plus, 220 offshore platform actually. So there's many structure over there. And we also have 4 onshore facilities. The offshore platform located with the average water depth, which is from near shore with 4 meters, and the deepest is around 50 meters. So it's quite large and also challenging in terms of the option of the decommissioning. Next. So also we're talking about the mature asset here because 90% of the structure or facilities are older than 20 years, meaning that it's very mature, and this I think we also need to consider the condition of the structure of the platform when we're talking about the option of decom. Also, offshore Northwest Java here in our location is part of the SKK Migas National Decommissioning Strategies. I think has been presented by Pak Ardiansa before. And what we're talking right now in this presentation is centered to 3 platforms for case study here, because this 3 platform has been in the decommissioning strategies in the meaning in the first year need to be done. So we're talking about this 3 platform, which is PAFT, FFFT, and the FSAT. Next. Yeah, this is the picture and the location of the structure. The first is the PA flare tripod. It has water depth around 34 meters and installed in 83. The location is in the Papa field, which is this platform basically has not been used for quite a while. Next. This is the second. This is the FF flare tripod in water depth around 27 meters and installed older 1878, so it's older. Those are and the right schematic are the Foxtrot field layout, which is that's in the middle. Next. This is the last one. This is the, if it's the, this another tripod at water depth of 34 meters and installed at 80. And it is also at Foxtrot. Yeah, so Foxtrot has two. This platform, HAT, and also the previous one. Both are at the Foxtrot field location. Next. So the challenge is basically for us as operator, how to identify the most preferred decom option. That's what we're talking about. So what we have done, so we do a comparative assessment, and we also working together with a service company that has the experience in the comparative study for decom. So by definition, a comparative assessment is a decision-making tool that helping us actually to weigh up the upside and downside of various decom options against the key criteria. So basically, it's again the key criteria to identify what is the most preferred option for us. So when we're talking about the key criteria here is number one, for sure is regulation in Indonesia. Secondly, we're talking about the safety, technical feasibility, social impact, and also the economical. Those are the key criteria to select a preferred option. Next. So talking a little bit more on each aspect of the criteria. Here, when we're talking first is, maybe I can start it from the left to right. So from safety standpoint, it is there is two sub-criteria, which is a risk to personnel, personal safety here, and risk to others, C user actually. So when we're talking about decom and afterward, what is the risk to other C users, like for marine vessel and etc. And then the third one is a risk to those on land, which when we talking about bringing the topside, for instance, to the land or to the storage, then we're talking about the impact on the safety as well. From technical feasibility standpoint, we're talking about the feasibility of completion of the option. So the success ratio to complete the mission based on this option, that is what the sub-criteria is. Also, we're talking about the technology that we will use for the decom, and also the past experience we have in doing so. And then from enviro standpoint, we do have, we need to consider about the marine impact. I think Pak Nyoman already talking about. Then we also need to talk about waste handling related. When we bring the topside to onshore, for instance, the emission generated, and also when for more is liquid discharge. So it's more to be considered when we're talking about the environment. From the economical standpoint, we do have overall project costs, yeah, for sure, and also the risk or the uncertainty related to the project that will be go down or go to the cost associated as well, because this will be going to the first sub-criteria, which is the overall project cost as well. However, the standpoint here is the uncertainty in doing so. And then from societal standpoint, we also need to consider fisheries impacts, and then the other users, sea user, like shipping, vessel, and etc. And when we bring the topside to storage or yard onshore, then we're talking about onshore communities and etc. And the last actually is the first. I think this is the biggest one, is related with the regulation in Indonesia, which is state-owned asset management. This is related as well with the procedure to write off and etc. Before we do the decom. So all of those will be considered when we're talking about comparative assessment on the decom option. Next. So we will talking about each of the option here. Next. So we are talking about 5 options here. So number 1 is reusing the structure or facility for the other upstream oil and gas. Basically, reuse the platform, reuse the jacket for other field development. So this is mainly for oil and gas upstream development. So this is to be reused. But we also need to consider the condition of the platform. We do have the experience on option number 1 last time in the past. However, the platform at the time is still in 7 years age. So it's still in very good condition. So maybe that's the number 1 consideration. Second is total removal for onshore disposal. So we will bring it to onshore, and there will be a write-off in the onshore or on the shore base or yacht in onshore. The third is, this is something new, need to be, however, this is need to be considered in the future, but still need to be studied more, which is the possibility of doing write-off in situ, which is write-off in offshore, basically. So we're talking about that later. And the fourth option is total removal, but for reefing ex situ, which is here is talking about what Pak Nyoman mentioned in the first one, which is to bring those jacket or facility to the reefing that has been appointed by the government, which is exit from the platform location. Meanwhile, the last option here is removal of the structure, but for reefing in situ. So this is 5 options. My apology, we are not talking about what Pak Nyoman talking about, which is for fish farm has not been in the option here. So maybe we're talking that later. But what the study have done is talking about these 5 options. Next. So when we're talking about option number 1, reuse in upstream oil and gas development. So we're talking about the prep of the site work, yeah, and then for sure we need to do the topside and jacket removal, site clearance, and then also talking about refurbishment for those facilities to be reused, and then going for offshore campaign for reinstallation. The upside of this option is we do have the experience. In '97, we cut and we removed the platform. It's quite still in good condition. Like I said, that it is still in the 7 years of services, so it's still in good condition. And then we remove and relocate to other location for the field development. So from the engineering and construction standpoint, it is very well understood. However, from the downside, when we're talking about these three platforms we're talking about, which is the tree structure, the PAFT, FFFT, and HT, which is it has been more than 30 years. So it's quite, the condition is not so good. So we're talking about integrity condition, which is mostly corroded. So need to be considered for this option. Next. Second option is the total removal for onshore disposal. This basically is a baseline that similar, which is we do the side prep and then we do the removal for top side and jacket, side clearance, and then for the top side and jacket, we dispose onshore. The upside, like I said, it has been a baseline for offshore decom process right now because it is related with the write-off regulation. And from the permitting and business process standpoint, it already well understood. However, from the downside is for sure the project cost, because we need to bring it onshore, and that's another transportation need to be considered. And also we're talking about storage in onshore or shore base or in the yard. And also we're talking about multi-stakeholders, the availability of decom yard we're talking about, and also talking about waste management concern. Because maybe the platform or the jacket already many years in the sea condition, and bringing onshore maybe has some concern on the waste management. Next. The third option is write-off in situ. I think this is interesting, because from the process standpoint is quite simple. Looks like simple, but however, we will talking about downside. With this side prep and then write-off in situ. For sure, it has upside on timeline. Timeline quite fast or maybe simple, yeah? And also project cost. However, we have many downside in respect of the regulatory gaps. For the write-off in situ, is not, I think it's not in place yet from business process standpoint or governance regulation. And also we're talking about liabilities concern because it is in situ, and also SIMOP, simultaneous operation concern with ongoing operation for sure. When we're talking handovering those facility to others. At the same time, we doing the operation in the area. However, from the project cost and timeline, yes, this is quite interesting. Next, the the fourth option is total removal for reefing. What we call it rig to reef. But this is ex-situ, yeah. So we need to bring the jacket or topside facility to the dedicated area that for reefing, rig to reef. And this is the process that need to going through mostly the same from platform prep, yeah, side prep, and then we will need to do the topside and jacket removal. And then side clearance, for sure, then we'll need to bring or transport the topside and the jacket to the rig to reef location. So what is the upside here? Positive impact for marine enviro. I think Pak Nyoman talking about. Positive impact for coastal communities because this may be related with the fisheries. Feasibility study was completed in 2019. We discussed this with the Korean government and agencies. And we do have 2 potential reefing sites nearby the ONWG area. So later, the downside here for sure project cost compared to other options, especially option number 5 that we will talking later. So next. So this is the 2 locations we're talking about that this is the result of feasibility study with KMO-UC with the fisheries ministry and Pertamina in 2019. So we do have 2 locations here that we can use for rig to reef location. Next. This is the last option, which is this quite interesting as well. Total removal and for reefing in situ. The process will be mostly the same for side prep and then topside and jacket removal. Here the simplification is just laying down the topside and jacket in situ at those locations basically. The upside for sure is project cost compared to option number 4 we're talking about. The downside is zoning compliance. So Ministry of Fisheries has appointed zoning location, so we need to respect those, and also the concern, the safety to other sea user, because this is also we need to consider the water depth and extra whether it is allowing us to do so. Next. So the summary. So next. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, thank you very much. So when talking about the summary, this is the comparative assessment summary. So when we're talking about option number 1, what most concerning us is the condition, and the integrity condition of those structure or the that we're talking about the industry structure, mostly of flare tip, flare structure, because of the age and the condition basically. Reusing them for the upstream, I think is not an option for sure. Second option are total removal for onshore disposal. That is a base case basically. The cost for sure is project cost, yacht availability, and we need to consider risk management afterward. So basically, it's the project cost. Yeah. When we're talking about the option number 3, this is interesting. Write-off in situ can be, from economic standpoint, is the most economic option because it is more simple, yeah, in the process standpoint, from the execution standpoint. However, we do have a regulatory gap we're talking about, liabilities and SIMOP that need to be considered for this option. The 4th option is RIG-to-REEF for ex-situ can be attractive option subject to, for sure, further funding resolution and cost incurred. So maybe there is a collaboration with study like what had been discussed for Ataka from the previous presentation. And the last option is reefing in situ. It is interesting option. However, need to consider about zoning compliance that we're talking about. So those are in summaries basically, and we still need to discuss more on this. Maybe we're talking next. Yeah, basically comparative study, what we're talking here is still in early step of decom option when we're talking about the option. So this is just kind of like first assessment that we need to do. So the way forward, maybe next. This is my last slide. So I think we need to have a further engagement here from regulation standpoint and from safety, technical liabilities, etc., with the key stakeholder basically to for further assess some option here. One is the write-off in situ. That is still, we know that we do have regulatory gaps and also other issues like liabilities and etc. SIMOP. And then option number 4, RIG-to-REEF ex situ. This has been talking about by Pak Nyoman, one of the option. And RIG-to-REEF in situ. This is option number 5, but also we need to consider the regulation related with zoning from Ministry Fisheries. So I think this is the last slide I have. Again, thank you very much for the opportunities to present, and hopefully this is one of the discussion that we will have. Again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech. And we remind you once again, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Oh Yong-gun from Republic of Korea, working for SMT as CEO. He will be discussing about technology in development and testing method for the newly developed underwater cutter of diamond wire cutting saw. Please welcome him.
안녕하십니까. MTS의 오용근입니다. 해양플랜트 장비 개발 사업과 해양플랜트 해체 장비를 주로 개발하는 3인 MTS를 소개합니다. 다음 페이지, 넥스트. 목차 구성입니다. 목차는 크게 2가지 섹션으로 구성되어져 있습니다. 첫째, 3인 MTS 회사 소개고, 두 번째, 언더워터 커팅 시스템에 대한 것입니다. 넥스트. 컴퍼니 인스트럭션을 말씀드리겠습니다. 3인의 주요 사업 영역은 다음과 같습니다. 첫째는 자동차에 사용되는 2차 전지 리튬이온 배터리 사업입니다. 저희는 자동차 배터리에 사용되어지는 얌극재, 음극재 및 믹싱 장비를 제작 후 국내 대기업인 SK와 삼성에 납품하고 있습니다. 두 번째 사업은 오프쇼 플랜트 및 서비스 사업입니다. 주로 오프쇼 플랜트에 사용되어지는 유압 시스템 장비들을 설계, 제작 후 국내 대기업인 현대중공업과 DSME에 공급하고 있습니다. 파이핑 수풀 제작 후 특수 도장 분야도 저희의 사업 비즈니스입니다. 또한 오프쇼 플랜트 서비스 사업, 즉 해체 시장에 진입하고자 다이아몬드 와이어 소울을 독자 기술로 개발 중이며 전체 시스템을 구성 중에 있습니다. 3인의 독자 기술로 개발한 다이아몬드 와이어 소울은 2022년 5월 중에 해체 예정인 아카타 플랫폼, 자켓 레그 및 컨덕트 절단 작업에 사용될 예정입니다. 특히 해양플랜트 해체에 있어서 저희는 인도네시아 공기업인 엘루사
We have made an MOU with a company and we're going to have a cooperative relationship with the subsequent dismantling and decommissioning project. And the maximum size is about 40 inches in diameter, which is about 1 meter. And in particular, in the decommissioning of offshore plants, our company would like to cooperate with INUSA. We have an industrial machining and manufacturing capability, and this industrial machine-related CNC equipment and lathe machines and inspection equipment and manufacturing machine assembly are all carried out by our own technology. But last but not least, about the R&D area, Samin has a research and development team that is designated to coming up with new and state-of-the-art technologies. We would like to expand our technological prowess, and especially we're focusing on diamond wire saw development, and we have a good standing, and we have secured and obtained great level technology when it comes to diamond wire saw. And moving on, I would like to move on to automotive and battery related accomplishments. We have supplied to Samsung SDI, SK Innovation, and DECO as our major clients who receive our products for their production. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, and moving on, these are some of the images from the offshore plant projects. We assembled package equipment and we are supplying after the assembly, and we also supply parts that are used for offshore wind power generation as well. Let's move on to the next slide. So this slide is about industrial machinery division. We manufacture and supply various mechanical products using CNC and lathes. And in particular, we have a lot of experience accumulated and know-how in the field of defense industry. Let's move on to the next segment. Let me have a briefing session about the underwater cutting system. Currently, we are developing the underwater cutting system with our own proprietary technologies, and some of the portfolios include diamond wire saw and reciprocating cutting system, and also number 3 would be rotating cutting system. And first, the diamond wire saw system will be explained. This diamond wire saw is a key equipment for decommissioning offshore structures, and it is developed by Simon's proprietary technology. After completing the diamond bead made of a special shape and material, the device is molded on the wire to produce a diamond wire saw, which is specialized for cutting offshore structures. And the special shaped diamond wire saw was manufactured by Simon and is now preparing for Europe's CE certification process and international patent application process. Diamond wire saws testing equipment is shown on the image, and let's watch the video together. Could you please play the video for us? And now I would like to move on to the diamond wire saw testing equipment design model and the finished product that can cut 20 to 40 diameters of the structures. And this is the diamond wire saw equipment that can cut from 10-inch to 20-inches of diameter. And now this is the diamond wire saw system that could cut up to 40 inches. This is a designed drawing of the system. Next, please. And this is a machine for 20 inches to 40 inches. Let's take a look at the simulation video where the device cuts a structure. And you can play it and set it as the 23 seconds. Can you please turn on the video? Could you go back to the previous slide and turn on the video, please? Yes, please click the video on this slide. Thank you. Sorry, maybe the videos cannot be played at this occasion. I'm going to submit videos so that you can have a look at your own convenience. So, once the diamond wire saw cuts an insert plate, then at the same time, the cut will be installed. The install plate will be installed at the same time as the part is cut, and the installed insert plate temporarily supports the vertical load in order to maintain the balance of the structure. And then by preventing additional load transfer, the structure maintains its shape so that safe work can be performed. And the 40-inch diameter, in this case, it takes about 90 minutes, and it's operated by the hydraulic system. And the weight of the cutter is about 1.5 tons. Sorry, it's 0.5 tons. And the onboard crane will have the position for the cutting, and the cutting equipment is attached to the structure using a clamp. And the running speed of the wire is about 12 meters per second. And the maximum working depth of the diamond wire saw is about 100 meters. Next slide, please. The diamond wire saw equipment consists of the following parts, as you can see in the image. This is the configuration, and the diamond wire saw is operated by a hydraulic system located on board and is monitored by a diver during the operation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And this is the, sorry, can you go back one slide? Yes, thank you. So this is an operation parameter hydraulic operation parameter for operating the diamond saw. So basically you install this device on board and then it'll be automatically operated. Next slide, please. This is the diamond wire saw system configuration. This shows the onboard system and also the underwater system on the image. So when you directly cut it, this diamond wire saw will be used, and it weighs about 0.5 tons. We will use small cranes to place this device at the very place for the cutting, and monitoring will be carried out subsequently. Next, this is the reciprocating cutting system. This equipment cuts underwater using the principle of reciprocating motion that has been developed by us and is currently being tested. So it can be carried down in the water and will be cut by divers. And the principle of the operation would be to use a DC 24-volt battery as a power source, and the stroke is about 50 millimeters, and it is used for small cuts and can be used with a variety of saw blades. Next slide, please. This is a rotating cutting system developed independently by Samin, and it is currently being produced and manufactured. And because the video doesn't work, I guess we should use another time to showcase how it works. To explain, power source uses two types of hydraulic and DC 48-volt batteries, and it is used for cutting small structures. The DC 48-volt power method is portable and can be used conveniently. Next slide, please. Thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and I would like to take questions from now on. This is all for the newly developed diamond wire saw from my side. Thank you very much for your
Thank you for your speech. And I believe that Mr. Oh's speech is the last for this second session, and we will end this session. Thank you to the participants for joining this session, and I am Serin Jo, will continue to hosting your third session today. Our first speaker of this third session will be Mr. Pieters A. Utomo from Indonesia, working for INSA as Deputy Head of Gas Transportation Division. He will be discussing opportunities and challenges in LNG logistics.
Hello, good afternoon. Shall I start? The slide before. The first slide, please. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to share a little bit about LNG vessel transportation market in Indonesia. I am Peters from the gas division of Indonesian National Ship Owner Association, INSA. As INSA, our knowledge and expertise is in ship owning and vessel operation. So today, our focus would be in LNG ships availability or ship supply side, whereas for the demand side, will be on a more or less basis based on the available market data. So the LNG transportation market in Indonesia is relatively new. So there has not been many of our INSA member owning Indonesian flag LNG tanker. At the moment, the shipment of domestic LNG is still majority carried by foreign flag vessel on government exemption, as the Indonesian flag vessel is not currently available. And our goal at INSA has always been to encourage and to develop the capability of local Indonesian ship owner to own and operate Indonesian flag LNG tanker with Indonesian crew and management on board. This is our effort to support the Indonesian shipping cabotage law, regulate that any movement of domestic goods within Indonesian port are to be carried on board Indonesian flag vessel. Next slide, please. Indonesia has abundance of natural gas. We are, in the end, a net exporter of gas, as there has not been presently not enough demand for domestic gas use. In 2020, we export about 15 million tons of LNG, while the government pushed forward to continuously develop the domestic gas demand by they convert the existing diesel power plant into gas. They build a new gas power plant, meanwhile figuring out how the domestic supply chain for gas is to be developed, either by LNG transportation and figuring out where the LNG receiving and regasification terminal will be. So the challenge in LNG logistic in Indonesia is that, as you can see in this map, we are an island country where majority of the area is open sea. As you can see in this map, the supply of gas is located in the eastern part of Indonesia, mainly in Tangguh in Papua, and then Senoro in Sulawesi, and Bontang in Kalimantan. And in the future, LNG Marcella, which is near the island of Nusa Tenggara, where the demand is concentrated in the western part of the country, where the population center of in Java and in Sumatra. The existing supply gas of chain of the supply gas distribution, as we can see in the map, within the island, we use the pipeline to connect. We have pipeline in West Java, we have pipeline in East Java, and in Sumatra from central to south, and then from Arun to Medan area. And for the inter-island, presently some is carried by the LNG tanker from Tangguh to FSRU Lampung, Nusantara Rigas, and Java Satu, and then later and then Arun also. This is by the LNG tanker. And next slide, please. This map illustrates the domestic gas supply distribution plan. As we can see, the green one is the existing facility already built, and the blue one is planned for the near future. As we see the big picture here, the LNG can be transported by two vessel categories. The first one is the big, and we so to say the normal LNG tanker, which transport the LNG to the big receiving terminal, like the FSRU Jawa Barat, and to Lampung, and Java Satu, and Arun. And the second category here is using a small-scale LNG carrier from Tangguh and Bontang to, at the present, we have FSRU Karunia Dewata in Benoa, and then to the FSRU Hwasiang in Amurang or Gorontalo. And in the future, we have the small scale in Cilacap and maybe in Lamongan, also in other area where the government is planning to develop the small scale mini LNG. Now, the challenge in this second category, which is the small scale LNG, is always to balance the project economics of using gas over other means of fuel for power generation. The overall logistic cost of gas transportation is relatively higher than, for instance, the transportation of oil or coal. This is because when we carry gas across the sea, the gas first need to be liquefied into LNG, and then transported to the LNG carrier, which burn boil-off gas every day. And in the receiving terminal, the LNG need to be stored and then regas again to be put in the pipeline. So it will always be a challenge between the cost of the fuel. Next slide, please. This illustrates in more detail the supply and demand point for both present and future development until 2028. Again, here we see the challenge of gas distribution in the eastern part of Indonesia, as the demand there is very small and scattered everywhere. The yellow point in the eastern part of Indonesia here is the location of existing diesel power plant, which will be converted into gas. In this area, we cannot connect the gas by pipeline, as they are either too far apart or they are separated by sea. So most likely, the plan will implement the hub and spoke basis, where the LNG will be carried by the small LNG tanker to one of the hub, and then from that hub, maybe either regas it and bring it to the even smaller LNG tanker to the smaller port. Next slide, please. In summary, the big picture here we have, in the supply side, we have the BP Tangguh, which is in the eastern part of Indonesia. In the central, we have Donji Senoro and then Bontang. And this gas is to be carried in the form of LNG. In the big scale, we have the 120,000 cubic meter and up vessel carry the gas to FSRU Nusantara Rigas and Jawa Satu Lampung and Arun. And in the small scale, at the moment, we have two receiving port, which is FSRU Benoa, which is in Benoa, and then in Amurang. And the future plan is the small LNG, the mini LNG that we had. Next slide, please. In here, we see again the supply versus the demand. On the left side is the supply of gas we have, which is quite abundant in comparison with the eastern part of the demand side. Next slide, please. So this is the big scale LNG, the normal LNG distribution using the normal LNG tanker. So this to supply the bigger receiving port, mostly in the population center in Java and Sumatra. We have at the moment operating in both Indonesian flag and foreign flag operating domestic Indonesian shipment. The Indonesian flag vessel at the moment, we have Eka Putra, which is 1990 build and 130,000 cubes. And we have the LNG Aquarius, 1977 build. But at the moment, she is out of operation because of some breakdown. And on the foreign flag side, we have the foreign flag operating under IPCA, which is the foreign flag license to operate domestically. We have Tangguh Batur and Tangguh Jaya. Now the challenge in this is that for the ship size is quite standard, so the Indonesian ship owner can just buy the ship second-hand from the international market, maybe buy the more than 10 years old ship and convert it into the Indonesian flag. So this is quite straightforward and has been the case of Eka Putra and Aquarius. But financing the ship is proven to be tough. The LNG ship is very expensive in comparison to the financial capability of the average local Indonesian ship owner. That is, at the moment, we are operating a tug, barge, tanker, container, and dry bulk. While the capex of LNG tanker can be up to $80 to $100 million for each vessel, this can be about 3 to 6 times more than what the average ship investment for Indonesian ship owner at the moment. And the bank can only finance 70% of that portion. And that also will have to be against a longer term commitment or contract from end user, such as PLN, PGN, or other K3S under SKK Migas. And the equity portion here will also be high, which is 30%. The ship owner, other than finance, also needs to worry about developing in-house capability of the ship management. The Indonesian crew need to be trained and gain experience in LNG. But on the bright side, we have a decent size of big and small LPG fleet tanker in Indonesia. Quite a lot of them, which is I can say is can be similar operation to LNG, and the experience that the crew and the management have there can be again trained and developed to manage the LNG tanker. Next slide, please. Now this is the challenging part. This is the small scale LNG between 5,000 and 25,000 cubic meter capacity. At the moment, we have Indonesian flag vessel and foreign flag vessel. The Indonesian flag, we have Triputra, which is 2,000 build. And then we have Pelita Energy. And we have one, the FSRU Karunia Dewata in Benoa. And for the foreign flag, we have Kwasiak 8 operating out of Amurang. So this is a bit challenging here because the ship is not international standard. Means that the size, this kind of parcel size of ship is not available internationally. So the Indonesian ship owner cannot just grab something from the international market and convert to Indonesian flag. So in this case, ship owner need to work together with the end user, PLN, Pertamina, PGN, and work together with the engineer and the shipyard to figure out what is the most efficient ship design for the trade. Financing this kind of ship will be even tougher than the normal LNG tanker because the ship need 2 years to be constructed in the shipyard, which means the ship owner will incur the interest during construction. And the banks need longer term commitment, about 10 to 15 years contract to finance the acquisition. The owner also need to come out with equity portion. And in the end, again, the economics of small scale LNG are more prone to fluctuation in gas versus oil versus coal price, as they have a bigger logistic cost when divided into per gas volume per MM basis, as they have a smaller quantity. So next slide. So thank you, and that's it from our side, because this LNG market in Indonesia has been something new, and I think as we grow, more and more ship owners are trying to get into this market. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for your participation.
Wow, that was fascinating. Thank you for your speech. And we remind you once again, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Ha Hong-in from Republic of Korea, working for Hyundai Global Service as manager. He will be discussing about LNG dual fuel and FSRU conversion. Please welcome him.
Selamat siang, apa kabar? Saya lagi senang berkenalan dengan Anda hari ini. Nama saya Ha Hong-in. Saya lagi bekerja di Hyundai Global Service sebagai manajer penjualan. Mulai sekarang, saya akan berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih. Thank you for joining this conference. I'm happy to give you a presentation for instruction our company together with our business for the FSRU conversion and smart ship solution. Before starting presentation, I'd like to introduce myself briefly. I am Hong-In Ha in Green Engineering Sales Team from HGS. I hope this conference will be meaningful to make a relationship between you guys and myself. There are 3 sessions for my presentation: company instruction, FSRU conversion, and smart ship solution. We, HGS, is one of subsidiary company of Hyundai Heavy Industry Group. The HHI Group launched their own organization for the lifetime service of vessels on January 1995 and developed this organization to the Maritime After Sales Service Center on January 2015. Then, on December 2016, the Hyundai Global Service have been established in Busan, Korea. And we are growing up with many branch offices in America, Europe, Singapore, and Colombia. As you can guess, our main business from our company's name, Hyundai Global Service, we are providing several services to the owner, such as warranty services, retrofit service, digital platform service, parts and equipment supply service, operation and maintenance service, and bunkering, academy, workshop service as well. For the retrofit service, we have focused on scrubber and BWTS from 2017 to 2020. And now we are much concentrating on LNG, LPG, dual fuel retrofit, FSRU conversion, GHG solution, connected with integrated smart ship solution in accordance with IMO regulation. We pursue turnkey solution provider for leading FSRU conversion project. It means that the HGS will carry out all relevant scope of works such as engineering, procurement, conversion, commissioning, and warranty under HGS responsibilities. We have own organization of engineering and could cooperate with HHI design team, which have many experience for new building of FSRU. Also, HHI have their own equipment such as regasification unit and DF generator module. We can utilize these main equipment for the FSRU conversion project. In this regard, we can provide much more benefits to the owner who is considering FSRU conversion. For the conversion and commissioning, we have many relationships with various vendors and repair shipyards in Korea, China, and Singapore to provide high quality of equipment and qualified workers for the FSRU conversion project. For the sake of understanding, we could provide not only turnkey, but also separated items such as regasification unit only and or DF generator module only when we receive separated purchase order from the owner. This table shows advantage of turnkey contract when the owner is handling and managing retrofit project by themselves. They have to use their manpower and be exposed to the extra expensive and schedule delay due to the unexpected design changes, delay of equipment delay, and pandemic situation. One thing, what I want for emphasizing is the owner doesn't take any responsibility and risk of extra cost and schedule delay due to the unexpected methods under the turnkey contract with HGS. For your reference, we have performance record for the scrubber and BWTS with several owners. Total 60% of retrofit projects were entered into the contract as turnkey basis and completed 65% of them without any critical issues. Total 11 FSRU with several different regasification system and regas capacity have been delivered by HHI as new shipbuilding so far. We are quite confident to perform FSRU conversion project in the most efficient and economical way with our know-how and lesson learned from new shipbuilding. Actually, we don't have reference of FSRU conversion. However, we have entered into the FEED contract with owner on July this year for the FSRU conversion, and under the deep discussion with several owners for the FSRU conversion based on EPC contract. From now on, I would like to introduce for the FSRU conversion. The LNG carriers are divided two types. One is MOS type and another is membrane type. We consider that even though some systems related with FSRU conversion to be arranged differently from each type of LNG carrier, but mainly FSRU conversion could be applied regardless of type of LNG carriers. The main system of FSRU conversion consist of DF generator and boiler package, seawater heating unit, and regasification unit. I hereby show the general concept of FSRU conversion for most type of LNG carrier. The DF generator and boiler package to be arranged on the after side of ship, seawater heating unit to be arranged on the fore side of ship, and the regasification unit to be arranged on the upper deck between number 1 and number 2 cargo tank. In case membrane type of LNG carrier, the arrangement of main systems are almost same with most type of LNG carrier. As I already explained on my presentation, the HHI have their own regasification unit and DF generator module. We called hard regas as regasification unit and HIMSEN DF as DF generator. Basically, the hard regas module consists of 4 trains. Regasification of each train will be decided in accordance with the maximum regas capacity. For your reference, HGS have got a certificate of approval in principle from the class date 30 July this year for total 400 MMSCFD of regas capacity with 4 trains equally. The HHI have several models of HIMSEN DF generators, and totally 631 HIMSEN DF generators are installed to 170 vessels. The period of FSRU conversion is required around 22 months. From the commence, the basic detail and production engineering will be proceeded for 30 months, and the long lead item related with regas module, such as compressor, pump, and vaporizer, will be fabricated for 14 months. And some prefabrication works will be carried out for 5 months before vessels arrive at the repair shipyard. After arrival of vessel at shipyard, the installation and commissioning, including gas trial, will be commenced for 6 months. Here is the smart ship solution. The integrated smart ship solution, ISS, is the main product of HGS smart ship lineup. The ISS is a decision-making support tool for your safe and effective operation for ship owner and operator with using voyage management and machinery management. The ISS collects all the data in your ship from the IAS, AMS, VDR, INS, and other machinery data if the system are interfaced. Then the ISS analyze with operating data and give you the best solution for energy saving and safety operation. In addition, the ISS sends all relevant data to our Digital Innovation Center in order to manage life cycle of vessels and provide maintenance guideline to the ship owner. The ISS are installed more than 253 ships since the first service in 2018. We have Digital Innovation Center in Busan. They can assess ships system and proceed health checking with using ISS in near real time. Once they received all relevant data from the ships, they will provide analysis report regularly. For the last page of my presentation, we have 4 corporation, 3 branch offices, and several authorized repairer, spare parts depot, spare parts dealer, and regional offices in the world. We can provide all services in accordance with the vessel's voyage schedule. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you for your speech. And once again, we remind you, after each session, there will be a Q&A session. So all the speakers for this session, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And next speaker will be Mr. Wisnu Medan Santoso from Indonesia, working for Pertamina as International Shipping. He will be discussing about LNG carriers readiness and LNG bunker demand drivers. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to all ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, thank you for having me. It's such a great honor to be in this forum. Allow me to present my material. It's about the LNG carriers and bunkering. It's business opportunity in Indonesia. Next. So I think first and foremost, probably a little bit introduction to my company. Next. PT Pertamina International Shipping. We are part of Pertamina Group. We are the shipping arm of Pertamina Group, the biggest integrated energy company in Indonesia, providing energy both in the form of liquid as well as gas. Currently, we have been appointed as in shipping, not only shipping, but also an integrated marine and logistic arm of the company. We are one of the largest tanker operators by the number of vessels operated in Southeast Asia, with extensive experience serving both domestic and regional market. We also have served major regional oil and gas players in Asia. Next. We have a growing ambitions to expand toward an LNG shipping business. As you can see, currently, regretfully, our fleet at the moment does not include LNG vessels. I think this has been elaborated previously by my colleague from INSA. Currently, we only operated LPG carriers and crude as well as product carriers and smaller type vessels. That is why we see the growing importance of LNG business in Indonesia, and we think that it's time for us to invest and to expand our business scope into the LNG business as well. Next. One of the underlying fundamentals for us to enter the LNG business is based on the forecast that we have. This is a forecast from a McKinsey Energy Insight. We can see that in the medium and the longer term, Indonesia is foreseen to be one of the key demand drivers for LNG globally. As you can see, until 2020-2035, we think that the demand of LNG in Indonesia will be around 13.6 MTPA. And we will only reach a peak in LNG demand by beyond 2050. So we think that LNG will be very important for Indonesia, as this is a bridge for Indonesia to enter a more environmental friendly fuel. Next. Yeah. Now, as you can see also that the challenge that we face in Indonesia is that the demand center is in the Java Islands, while the producing regions are in remote islands such as in Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Papua. Therefore, we see the LNG carriers acting as a virtual pipelines across islands is the prevailing mechanism for Indonesia to connect its consuming regions, mostly in Java, with its remote producing regions in other islands. So we think we do have a potential, significant potential for LNG carriers to flourish and services across islands in Indonesia. And we see that this is also in line with the aspiration from the Ministry of Energy by signing a decree number 13, where they have aspiration to convert currently diesel power plant into an LNG fuel power plant. So we think that can be a base load to kickstart the LNG carriers business in Indonesia. Next. Of course, in order for those business to flourish, we need to build additional infrastructures. Currently, we already have several LNG regasification facilities, both mostly a floating one. Going forward, we see that we will build additional floating storage facilities. It can be floating or it can be inland. Of course, underpinned by a demand from PLN or from Pertamina's captive refinery, trying to convert its conventional fuel into LNG fuel. So we see that this pattern going forward will be the underlying demand driver for LNG carriers across the islands in Indonesia. Next. That is for the LNG carriers. However, for bunkering, I think the main key driver is the IMO target to reduce greenhouse gases emissions from shipping. So we think that the LNG, even though it's not the final solutions, however, LNG is the most practicable and the near solution for vessel owner to convert their fuel, conventional fuel, into more and environmental friendly one. So we think, as highlighted by this study from the McKinsey Insights, we think there are several potentials, quite good potential for LNG bunkering to flourish in Indonesia. We think that the demand going forward will grow quite substantially. I think it is time for us to start thinking over how we can make this economically viable from the scale-wise. Next. also being blessed by its strategic location in Indonesia, because currently our locations house several international shipping lines. So we think we have the strong potential to become an international bunkering hub. As you can see, we can try to build a hub in Malacca Strait or in Makassar Strait, as well as the Sulawesi Sea, trying to cater for the needs for LNG bunkering to international vessels. So we think this play will provide the basic for economic scale. And then by having the basic for economic scale, then we can further scale up and deploy this LNG bunkering opportunities to smaller ports, domestic ports in Indonesia. So we think these are the ways that that things are going to grow in the future, and we are ready to capture this opportunity as well. Okay. Next. Okay. So I think that's most of my presentations. I thank you so much for the opportunity and look forward for the Q&A sessions. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you for your speech. And once again, we remind you, after each session, there will be Q&A session. So all the speakers, please wait until the Q&A session starts. And the last speaker for this session will be Jae Park from Republic of Korea, working for KC LNG Tech as General Manager of Business Development. He will be discussing about introduction on KC cargo containment system. Please welcome him.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to give a presentation, and thanks to KORCC for inviting us to the Offshore Congress 2021. I'm here to introduce KC Cargo Containment System, which is the first Korean membrane type cargo containment system ever built. Next, please. Well, my presentation is divided into 3 parts. Firstly, I will tell about the background history of KC cargo containment system development. And secondly, I will introduce KC LNG Tech, who you are, and what is KC cargo containment system. And lastly, I will briefly touch how we're going to cooperate with the Indonesian partners. Next, please. Let's get started with the background history of KC cargo containment system development. To explain the background history of our technology development, we need to take a look at 2 aspects of LNG shipbuilding market. The one is growing LNG demand, and the other is market share of Korean shipbuilding industry, especially in LNG carrier sector. Many of the market experts forecast that demand of LNG will be growing continuously as a transition energy resource. And LNG demand is likely be increasing gradually worldwide until 2030, mainly from strong demand from India, China, and Southeast Asia. As the demand of LNG is growing, the demand of LNG vessels will be increasing simultaneously until 2040. If you look at the histogram in below, the demand
for LNG in 2021 is around 130 million tons per year. It will be growing up to 220 million tons per year in 2031. When it comes to demand of global LNG vessels, the forecast in 2020 was around 550 vessels will be required. And now it will be growing up to 900 vessels of LNG in 2040. Next slide, please. Another aspect we have to take a look is market share of Korean shipbuilders for LNG carrier. Korean big three shipbuilders like Hyundai, Samsung, and DSME, they are the most prolific constructor of LNG carriers, as they have been dominating the market for the last 10 years. And remarkably, this year, they have secured 42 LNG orders this year. If you look at the pie chart in below, it's showing the last 4 years, the market share of Korean shipbuilders. It is 98% in 2018, and it becomes 94% in 2019, and eventually this year is 95%. If you look at the backlog of these Korean shipbuilders of LNG carrier, they have secured around 42 LNG orders. This is as state of end of September this year. So a growing demand of LNG and the strong market position of Korean shipbuilding industry, it generates strong needs for having Korea's own LNG cargo containment technology. In commercial point of view, Korean shipbuilding industry has been paying around $3 billion for last 10 years to use foreign technology. And definitely it affects ship owners and shipbuilders' profitability. So we have developed Korea LNG containment system based on KOGAS Case 1 membrane type storage tank. Up to now, total 50 patents have been registered in worldwide. Next, please. This is a snapshot of KC-LNG tech. It's incorporated in 2016, and we have 4 major shareholders with KOGAS and Hyundai, Samsung, and DSME. And we are located in Busan. Till to date, 4 LNG carriers were built with KC containment system. It includes 2 large-scale LNG carrier and another 2 small-scale LNG carrier. And also we have applied the KC cargo containment system to onshore LNG storage tank located in Jeju, and is now being operated by KOGAS. Next, please. There are 3 main business areas we're doing. As a license provider, we provide license and design and engineering service for case membrane cargo containment system, which includes general arrangement of the membrane and insulation panel and other components. And also it includes specifications, fabrication drawing, and procedures for all installation and welding and test and inspection works. Also, we do provide technical assistance to our license holders. We provide the supervision and inspection of a containment system, and also we provide a pump tower design, and we provide cargo handling system design as well. Also, we're doing maintenance and repair service. We provide technical assistance for the maintenance and repair of membrane cargo containment system. Next, please. Research and technology development is also one of our core areas. To comply with the decarbonization and net zero by 2050, we are continuously developing our technology. It includes improvements of our existing cargo containment technology. We are now improving our existing design of primary and secondary membrane system, and also we are developing a new insulation system by upgrading design to improve the BOR rate. And also we are developing the technology for inspection and fairing work as well. By doing this, we are expecting benefits to improve our quality level and the competitiveness through upgrading of our existing design. Next, please. From now on, I will introduce KC cargo containment system. KC cargo containment system is new membrane cargo containment system adopting co-gas membrane cargo containment system. We have started the development from 2004 and also the 2015. And this design was approved by several classification societies like ABS, KBR, BV, Lloyd, and DNB. And so far, 50 patents are registered in worldwide. So starting from concept design and element design, we have done all the necessary procedure and inspection and testing, including mock-up test, until we got the final approval from classification societies. So finally, we got approved in 2015. Next, please. I will briefly tell you about principal characteristics of cargo containment system. KC cargo containment system is membrane type cargo containment system using adjacent double metal barriers. It is designed to maintain temperature difference between primary and second barrier to be remain within 10 degrees Celsius during the transportation. And it has enhanced gas tightness at primary and second barrier. And also it is designed to prevent thermal shock caused by cryogenic temperature and minimize pressure rise caused by vaporizing in case of LNG leakage on the first barrier. Also, it is more easier to manufacture and install by simplifying one layered insulation. Right side is membrane panel. Membrane panel is consisted of membrane sheet and flat sheet. It's manufactured by using automatic plasma arc welding, and it is designed to produce a large amount of welding at membrane manufacturing factory to reduce the amount of welding in the field. Next, please. Next slide is showing the various pictures of major parts of our cargo containment system. Membrane anchor is used to fix parts of membrane in the insulation panel. An insulation panel is bonded sandwich structure with only one layer insulation. And IBS is main function of IBS is to maintain regular distance between primary and second barriers in case of a primary membrane is damaged. Corner fixture is like this, and thick plate can be sliding in longitudinal direction. Pump tower is designed as rectangular shape like this. It's designed to ensure the environmental change during the transportation. Next, please. These are the track neck codes Up to date, the 4 LNG vessels were built with KC cargo containment system. And it includes 2 large-scale LNG carriers for SK Shipping with its storage capacity of 174,000 cubic meter, and another 2 small-scale LNG carrier for Korea Line with its storage capacity of 7,500 square meter. And also we have applied our system to onshore LNG receiving terminal in Jeju Island. And this onshore receiving terminal is the first onshore LNG storage terminal fitted with the KC cargo containment system. In addition, there are another 1 small-scale LNG bunkering vessel, which is now under construction. The storage capacity for this LNG bunkering vessel is 7,500 cubic meter. Next, please. Having said that, I would like to highlight one of our track record, SM Jeju LNG first and the second. It is a small-scale LNG carrier with 7,500 cubic meter storage capacity. And this twin vessel was built by Samsung Heavy Industry and delivered to Korea Line in 2019 and 2020, respectively. Remarkably, this vessel have performed about 130 LNG loading and unloading operations without any problems. These vessels are now carrying liquefied natural gases from South Korea Tongyang LNG terminal to Jeju Island. Moreover, the second vessel, SM Jeju LNG second, is bunkering ready vessel, and she has successfully conducted a ship-to-ship LNG bunkering operation early this year. Next, please. From now on, I'm going to briefly touch how we're going to cooperate with the Indonesian partners. In line with world energy transition, it is obvious that Indonesia is also moving ahead towards decarbonization. Certainly, it may include energy transition project for existing diesel power plant in Indonesia. We can cooperate with Indonesian partners for those LNG facilities required for LNG transition, such as LNG carrier, small-scale LNG carrier, or small-scale FSRU. We have developed our own design for small-scale LNG carrier and FSRU. We have a design for 25,000 cubic meter storage cargo tank and 7,500 storage capacity cargo tank design. Next, please. This is the last slide of my presentation. With the KC cargo containment technology, we believe we can support for our Indonesian clients who wants to build small-scale LNG carrier and FSRU. We can provide with a competitive price and high quality of cargo containment system. By combining our technology and Indonesia's local partners, we believe we might be able to find a way to satisfy Indonesian local content requirement as well. KC LNG Tech will assist to increase project competitiveness and to ensure high safety assurance and to ensure sustainable LNG transition of a diesel power plant in Indonesia. Okay, this is the end of my presentation, and I hope my presentation will be useful for your understanding on our KC cargo containment system, and we hope we can develop the project together. Thank you for watching. Terima kasih.
Thank you for your speech. I believe that Mr. J's speech is last for this last session, and let's move to the Q&A session. First session is for first Q&A session is for Mr. Peters, and second question is for Mr. Ha Hong In, and third is for Mr. Wisnu Medan, and the last is for Mr. J Park. The first question is about a topic about opportunities and challenges in LNG logistics. Mr. Peters, ready? Hello, Mr. Peter. Is Mr. Peter still in this Zoom meeting room? Mr. Peters? Or next, directly I move to the Mr. Ha Hong In. Is Mr. Ha Hong In here?
Hello, I'm here.
Thank you for the answer, sir. The question is, based on IMO regulation, LNG dual fuel and FSRU conversion is an approach to comply with the regulation related to emission and sulfur capping. What are the factors that can support the implementation in Indonesia? Please answer.
This LNG LPG dual fuel and FSRU conversion is actually related with CO2, like CO2 emission from IMO regulation. And it would be better to explain with you guys with our relevant document after this conference, I think.
Okay, thank you for your answer, sir. Okay, let's directly move to the third question. Topic is about before we jump to the topic, we'll call Mr. Wisnu Medan. Is Mr. Wisnu Medan here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, sir, for your answer. Okay, topic is about LNG carriers readiness and LNG bunker demand drivers. And the question is, in LNG bunkering, not only the readiness of LNG carriers, but also the bunkering infrastructure is important. How to prepare for such integration? Please answer, sir.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think you're absolutely correct. The infrastructure readiness is very important for this. But however, I think what is also important is creating the demand, the anchor demand, enough to kickstart the whole game, I think. So currently, what we foreseen is this: is LNG bunkering will not happen spread out across Indonesia, right? I think it will start by several hubs of LNG bunkers, and then by having those hubs servicing catering for the international ocean-going vessels, then we can create the economic of scale sufficient. And after that, we can try to replicate and multiply those scheme business models into domestic ports. And by having that, then slowly we can build infrastructures throughout Indonesia and create a larger LNG bunkering business in Indonesia. I think Personally, I think this is how this thing is going to play out to me, according to me.
Thank you for your answer, sir.
Yeah.
And
Most welcome.
the last, and then the last question is for Mr. J Park. Is Mr. J Park still here, right?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you for your answer, sir. The topic is about introduction on KC cargo containment system. And about that, the question is, in what kind of application will KC cargo containment system have advantages over other alternatives, especially if used in Indonesia?
Okay. Okay, basically, we can speak in two ways. One is technically and secondly, commercially. By providing case cargo containment system, we presumably we are expecting we can lower the cost more than a certain percentage compared to the foreign technology. So we can provide competitiveness in price, and also in terms of technical wise, our system is more superior than other existing technology in terms of gas tightness, and also as I demonstrated during the presentation, we are using the double metal barrier system, which means it is safe enough to prevent any LNG leakage on the tanks. So I can say if we collaborate with Indonesian companies, then we'll provide price competitiveness with a high quality, and also we'll ensure the high safety with our technology. So this kind of application will be a good benefit for our Indonesian partners.
Mr. Peters is already joined us here. Mr. Peters?
Yes. Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Thank you, sir, for your answer. The topic is about opportunities and challenges in LNG logistics. And the questions about that is, in anticipating the LNG logistic future growth, what kind of preparation can be made by Indonesian ship owners?
Okay, thank you. I think this is a very interesting topic. It's always for the ship owner in Indonesia, because we invest in the normally we spend the capex to invest in vessel, which is our tools, so to say, which maybe lasts for 5 to 10 years of investment period. Normally, the bank would want us to have the contract first before we finance. And I think the thing that the Indonesian ship owner can do is to always follow the market, stay close with the charter to figure out together the logistic supply chain, and then also continue to monitor the market as and when there is a firm requirement from the charter, from the end user like Pertamina or the KKKS or the PGN, then we will stand by and we will try to invest in the ship, and then against the longer term commitment, against a longer term contract. In the meantime, also we could also look for maybe JV with another foreign partner that already operating in Indonesia. Maybe we could do that to add our technical capability to manage the LNG tanker. I think that's what we can do, because it's always a chicken and egg situation for the domestic Indonesian ship owner here. Thank you, Adam.
Okay, thank you for your answer, sir. Well, I think that's all for our Q&A session. Thank you to all the speakers today, and thank you to the participants for joining in this session. And we apologize for not running well of the Q&A session because of lack of time. All the answer of the questions will be uploaded in our homepage. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our conference today. On behalf of Korea-Indonesia Offshore Congress 2021 and I, Serin Jo, thank you all for making time in your busy schedule to join us here. Wish you all a pleasant day. Thank you.